I wait for John on a minute?
I didn't even realize I was two sheets beyond.
Maybe John didn't get the memo.
So there's not even any confirmations or. Yeah, the 6:20, because the only public hearing is number 9, so, and we go right, there's no proclamations or workshops or anything before. That's good. Well, they did the ramp, so maybe that's why.
I know. You know what? Do you belong to Army Hospital? Yeah, I do. Just as you go in, Park, just as you go in, they have jackets like this, but button up for $10. They have them in the top white and navy, and if you put them on over something, you're supposed to want, but $10.
Mr. Mayor, it's now 5:30. Are we ready to begin?
Not this one.
Miss- Are we ready to begin? It's 5:30.
Yes, we're good.
Okay, we're good to go.
All right. I see we're recording is in progress, and so let's get our meeting started for tonight. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, December 15th. And if you wish to provide a public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They're in the back of the chamber, and bring it to our clerk who's up here in the front of the chamber. And with that, let's have a roll call for the evening.
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's all stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America And a moment of silence. Thank you. I note that from time to time, the City Council uses the opportunity to honor a member of the Petaluma community who's contributed to the fabric of Petaluma through their efforts in their life and who has passed recently. And tonight is such a time of honor and sadness. Paul Heavenridge, our Sonoma County Library Commission appointee, longtime Library Commissioner for Petaluma since 2018, and board member of the Friends of Petaluma River, and founder of Literacy Works, has died. Paul's service stretches back many years in Petaluma, and his insights, passion, and commitment to public service will be greatly missed by all who had the privilege of working with him. With that, I'd like to look up and down the dais and see if any council member wishes to change to the agenda. And seeing none, we will adopt the agenda as it is posted and move forward to our report from our closed session that we had just a minute ago. And there is no reportable action from our closed session this evening. I think I have that right, Mr. Attorney?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to our general public comment for the evening. And during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. And depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people who wish to speak, the additional comments will be heard after the last business item on the agenda. So I'd like to ask our city clerk if we received online email comments early.
We did. We received 7 comments ahead of the meeting, and those are posted online.
Wonderful, thanks. And please read our messaging.
At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. So during these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speaker cards received after this time may not be accommodated.
We have 14 people with general public comment cards submitted, and that puts us at 90 seconds per individual. And I'd like to invite Bruce Hallowell to speak first, to be followed by Mark Williams.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to just address some examples of recent examples that I've come across about racism that are really concerning for the community. One, saw the article in Press Democrat about the owner of Bam Bam Training having his car vandalized multiple times with racial slurs. It encouraged me to search more, and then I saw a known anti-Semite coming back to Petaluma who has facing a lawsuit, him and his associates, for violent hate crimes. And also, I know a friend who has a child at Kenilworth, and there's students that have been making Nazi salutes with impunity in class. And all these actions are really concerning. I'd like to know what is being done in the community, or broadly, to counter these things. This known anti-Semite setting up shop here. Is he being kept an eye on? These things. So just really concerned about the potential rise of racism in the community. So that's,
Thank you.
if there's any comments from the council, if they want to share thoughts, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sure there will be when we get to council comments. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Williams, to be followed by Tina Flores.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Williams. I'm with the Environmental Justice League. I know Councilmember Barnacle very well. I've been organizing at the Bay Area Air Quality Management District for about a year now, going to the meetings regularly and attending. And we're a group that's based out of the Bay. Not the Bay, we're in the Bay Area, the East Bay, and we're really impressed with the Air District. We called for more economic analysis, which they're working on, but also more community engagement. I noticed that's up there, community engagement on your review. I want to thank Councilman Barnacle and the staff there. They're going to actually have a meeting in Oakland, where I'm from. You know, it's difficult for people to get to these meetings sometimes, so that engagement is appreciated. One of the things we're also supportive of is social economic policy, which the district is finally taking up and looking at. So I wanted to congratulate Councilman Barnacle for supporting that, your council for sending him, and we just want to make sure you know that we support that agenda. And also, when the district is making rules, you know, one of the things is maybe replacing your water heater, or I live in a home with gas appliances, maybe converting to electric. That's a huge cost. Groceries are up, inflation is up, no matter what somebody in the White House may be saying. So those issues are important to us, and anything that the Air District can do when the rules are being made to be as transparent as possible, let us know what those exact costs are going to be, and if there's a compromise to work out to keep the costs down, we would appreciate that. So thank you for your attention, and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Flores, to be followed by Yvonne Eastman.
Thank you so much for allowing the community to speak. Happy holidays. My name is Tina Flores. I live in Concord, and I ride BART to Alameda. I'm an instructor with in-home support. And so the tolls, the cost of BART, gas, all the prices are going up. So I'm here to support the socioeconomic policy that the air quality is putting together, and to really think about the impact that it's going to have on the community. Any regulations that are going to be discussed or mandated is to think about the community and the cost and the impact that it will have on people like me. I am really looking at the people that I teach are the providers, and they are working with the recipients that have chemical sensitivity, and the people that have chemical sensitivity cannot go out of their house. And so there needs to be more communication and community meetings so we could inform the community how best to deal with people with chemical sensitivity, and so they won't be left in their house by themselves in case of an emergency. Happy holidays, and thank you all for serving your community.
Thank you very much. Yvonne Eastman, to be followed by Jasmine Cage.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Ishman, and I'm a member of the Environmental Justice League. I'm a senior, and the air quality in my area has impacted my vision. I live near the Parkchester section of Richmond, where the railroad goes through 3 o'clock in the morning every day, where Amtrak goes through every day, and some of my friends have been dramatically affected. Several has been diagnosed with cancer. Others has had respiratory disorders, and then those who have other chronic conditions, it has been amplified. I do appreciate the more meetings, because the more meetings are bringing out transparency. I do support the Bay Area Air Quality League for their social economic policy right now, but there still needs to be more, and the more meetings, then it will enable more seniors to come out and give their expression. And I thank you so much.
Thank you. Jasmine Cage, to be followed by Karen Carmer Baldwin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm Jasmine Cage. I'm a local artist. I recently relocated here from Memphis, Tennessee, about a year ago. I lived in Memphis for 9 years, although I grew up in Santa Monica. Racism in the South is, it's well advertised. I don't have to tell you much about it. The disparity it's remarkable. I brought my daughter here. She's 13. She's queer. I'm half black, half white. A lot of people don't know that, especially since cutting my hair. So they say things around me when they think it's just us white folks. This what happened recently the other night is deplorable. I happened to be serendipitously, I'm an artist. I was doing window painting on this man's gym the night it happened. And the next day as I was working, all these people came through in solidarity, and I heard so many stories of people, prominent people, people whose families have been here for generations, people of Jewish descent, having their cars torched to the ground. My daughter is the one he spoke about, who I go to pick her up every day. I hear N-words. I see kids doing Nazi salutes. She talks about it. I feel like a little bit of a heel because I brought her here to Sonoma County thinking, where is the most liberal place, where we could just, I don't know. I know there's no perfect spot, but I was just blown away over this last weekend learning about how much of a problem that this still is in this community. And I'm really hoping that we can do a little more than thoughts and prayers. The answer is going to come from privileged white folks. It's just gotta.
Thank you.
We can't do anymore. Thank you.
Karen Kramer Baldwin, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Hi, and thank you. I'm here about a hazard on the Petaluma River that needs to be removed. And I wrote to the planning committee a week ago. I got a response back today that directed me to try 3 other agencies to see if they were in charge of it. And my feeling is somebody here knows whose jurisdiction it is, and it needs to be dealt with before somebody gets hurt or drowns. And the hazard exists about a half a mile down from the turning basin on the east shore. There's a big tree that I understand fell over when they were building the walkway for the river park, and it's just been there in the river for I don't know how long. And I'm a rower, so I'm on the river a number of times each week. We go backwards, and you do your best to avoid the hazards, but where it is in the river changes based on the tide, and sometimes I try to avoid it by going to the other side where the DeCarly dock is, but you can slam into the dock. So the tree needs to be removed, and somebody knows who can remove it. I don't know who that is, but please, please do something about it before somebody gets hurt or drowns. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Tina Yonkers.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. As 2025 draws to a close, our Mobile Park residents, although weary, remain committed to the truth and enforcement of the truth against the bad actor, large investment group park owners. Last week, Littlewoods residents received the appeal decision brought against the first of 3 arbitrations the park owners initiated. Park owners were denied their entire appeal. In fact, we remind our community that park owners sought on appeal a complete redo of arbitration and a new arbitrator. Facts supported this decision, as well as now 7 arbitration decisions and 2 appeals in just the last 2 years. False narratives are being ruled against in arbitration and in superior and appellate courts. Once again, the intention is for these large, highly profiting investment groups to bleed dry all mobile park residents in any city that supports enforcement with frivolous or unsupported costly litigation. Youngstown senior citizen residents are still reeling from the pullback of a payment plan that resulted in $1,969 more added to their November statements. Just in the past 3 weeks, multiple residents found their utilities turned off for non-payment, communication shut down for non-payment, no heat in 3 different mobile homes in one of the coldest winters, food insecurity worse than ever, and grief from losing loved ones through their constant turmoil. This retaliation by park owners should not have happened, nor should a decision have to be made by a senior as to whether to avoid eviction or pay for food, heat, or prescription drugs.
Tina Yonkers, to be followed by Lorraine Grumberger. Tina, not here, not reading? Okay,
Thanks
so
for having
then we're
us.
on to Lorraine Grunberger.
Kelly Walker.
Pardon me?
Kelly Walker.
So we're on to Kelly Walker, yes.
There we
Next
go.
up, with Janice Barker to
I don't know what
follow.
you want to call me. I'll take them all. Thanks. To fight these investment groups costs money, even in the most egregious abuse to seniors. Through canes, walkers, wheelchairs, isolation, abuse, and severe retaliation, these seniors stand up to these egregious, actions that must be stopped. The City Council and city staff have expended resources and more hours than one could count to ensure residents remain housed in a mobile home residents own. We are very aware of the toll this takes on cities, counties, and our larger community. Our most vulnerable residents need us to continue to lend our voice, buoying the residents up and erasing any stigma that money, power, and greed will always prevail. The parking issue is front and center at Little Woods and at Capri, as well as the preservation of an operating mobile park they chose to buy a mobile home in. This is one of the most prolific cases of reduction of services that the same bad actor investment group is doing in every city they own a mobile park in. Immediate litigation is needed to restore parking and unauthorized pass-through. Patience is thin for the wife or husband, the single mom or the teenage daughter, the disabled resident who must walk a long way at night in pain or fear to return to their home, while the whole area of parking fenced in last year at this time remains vacant, unused by this act of retaliation. Our communities like Capri and Little Woods and Youngstown continue to face daily acts of retaliation, like 7-day notices for parking or non-issuance of statements for residents to pay.
Thank you very much. Janice Barker should be followed by Lydia Aslan.
Hi, how about a little change of pace? Finally, we wish to reflect on the disgruntled recall attempt at our district city council member, Janice Cater Thompson. The clock ran out a few days ago on the petition signatures that would have promoted a recall special election. This recall could not be withdrawn just as it had to dissolve once the allocated period of signature collection ran out. December 14th, that date ran out. Community may hear that this recall was withdrawn, but you cannot withdraw a recall campaign at the signature gathering time frame. You will also hear the false narrative that this recall attempt was done to help Petaluma residents and shake up our city council. These are false narratives, and they are just false. This was a recall attempt not based on legal or ethical violations, but based on anger and disagreement. It was meant to inflame anger, fear, resentment against someone who many did not even know. It was an attempt to place unreliable information, untruths, in a community member's mind. It became a campaign to change the makeup of the city council into one that would mirror individual disgruntled residents. Oops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lydia Aslan, to be followed by Rebecca Carpenter.
Good evening, folks. I'm Lydia Aslan. From info obtained through a recent public records request, I was surprised to find that as of October 14th, a full 2 months ago, EKN Development had, quote, abandoned their 6-story hotel design for downtown, rendering it no longer viable from an investor funding point of view. So I'm sure I'm not the only inquiring mind with questions. Does this mean that EKN's 6-story hotel application has been withdrawn? Does this mean the city will be rescinding the general plan amendment that was the basis for the referendum? Does the referendum become moot, or does the city still plan to put the referendum to a vote on some future ballot? If the 6-story hotel has been abandoned, is the proposed downtown zoning overlay also moot? So I hope that this new 4-story hotel proposal, which conforms to current zoning requirements for height, lot coverage, and FAR, is something our entire community can get behind. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Carpenter, to be followed by Juliet Stern and Daisy Blades.
Good evening. I got involved in the No Recall campaign because I saw the horrible treatment that Jody Johnson was getting on social media, and I thought it was terrible. For several months, I was witness to the constant harassment dished out by John Hanania, Ed Ansor, and Heather Kratt. John would tease them by bragging that the petitions were coming along nicely when they were not. Ed would bully them, even taking a picture of the Youngstown entrance and saying that they would be knocking on their doors the following day. This was very upsetting to the elderly residents, who would remind him that there was no solicitation and please stay away. Heather would argue with them using the very same words the mobile home park owners would say. Along the way, thanks to some local folks on Nextdoor, I learned that Ed Ansor had made somewhere around 30 fake name accounts on Nextdoor. He would often create discussions among these many fake names, making it appear that several people were in agreement about the same topic, but it was only one person. Although not as prolific, Heather Kratt has done the same, and I know of a couple people who did this in the last election. I'm calling these people out because I want everyone to know how cruel they've been and how much they've added to the stress of the mobile home residents. I want everyone to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speakers for the night is Juliet Stern and Daisy Blades together.
Hello, my name is Juliet Stern.
And I'm Daisy Blades. We are 7th graders at Valley Vista Public Waldorf.
Firstly, we want to thank you, the City Council, but especially Mayor McDonald, for supporting the vibrant and diverse community that helps to make Petaluma the great town it is. We're here to speak to you about Copperfield's Books, which is a powerhouse in our community and one that is vital to kids.
When we found out about the possibility of Copperfield's downsizing, we were concerned because Copperfield's is such an important place for both us and our friends. We all love to go to Copperfield's to explore and buy books and attend author events. We love reading, and Copperfield's is more fun and social than the library. It's such a nice and comfortable store, and the staff is so helpful. We feel safe and at home at Copperfield's. Also, Copperfield's is a source of information and education for us. It's way better to ask Patty, Copperfield's children's books expert, advice about what to read and how to find information we're looking for than to do a Google search, especially when you consider mental health concerns associated with too much screen time. We started a petition to see if others were concerned, to help raise awareness about the possibility of changes to the store, and to motivate people to have power to influence Copperfield's continued success.
We are here today to continue to promote awareness about this issue, to use the public forum of the City Council to speak up for what kids want, and to ask you as a City Council to do all you can to do to ensure our town always has a great and an independent bookstore in the town area.
For example, we urge you to designate Copperfield's a legacy business with a non-competitive protection and other advantages.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Always fun to have our future in our room. And that closes public comment for the evening. I do want to ask staff, since we have staff at the dais tonight, if they could address that note about the application for the EKN. Is it withdrawn, or is it still in a pending state?
Thanks, Mayor. So we just received, we're just starting the process to review the 4-story. At this time, they're both active.
They're both active at this time. Yeah, there was some information out there, but it's nice to get the direct answer from you. So thank you for raising the question. And that closes public comment and brings us up to our council comment. And I'd like to start over on my left with Councilmember Shribs tonight.
Thank you. It's been a busy couple weeks here, several meetings going on. I did a little research on geothermal energy. We talked to Sonoma Clean Power a couple times, and found out that there is going to be a big push to expand and increase the geothermal energy up at the geysers and other places with the new closed-loop systems. So you'll be hearing about that, but we need to look forward to supporting that whole effort, which means Sonoma Clean Power maybe getting on 100% green energy. We need to get more folks on that program. Just as for information, Bill Gates, who's one of the leaders of climate change actions and the like worldwide, is shifting a little bit from climate action, realizing that we need to do more adaptation rather than restoration. Anyway, has been, but also other groups that saying restoration. So anyway, still a very important topic that's going on, but we may be shifting gears. One of the indications is record travel this season for both Thanksgiving and Christmas. So individuals are still taking huge actions emitting carbon. So that's one of the concerns, is that even though the issues are there, they're just something to pay attention to. We may have to shift gears a little bit. I went to the county tourism meeting up in Santa Rosa for the whole entire county about the tourist group. And they're saying that that is actually economically our future for growth. We need to expand that even more so than even agriculture. And they're looking for cooperation from all the municipalities. They have a new thing called Life Opens Up, LOU, in marketing, and several of the municipalities are working with the county group on that one. But it looks like tourism, which also adds carbon to our atmosphere. So yes, it's economic benefit, but there's a cost down road for it. At several meetings I've been to, the concerns is dollars from the state and the feds declining. Something to pay attention to. I did go to the North Station Specific Plan workshop this last week. Lots of folks did show up, provide lots of information. Still more information is being gathered. But there is an actual work group that's going to do more intensive work on that. So everyone's invited to join in or apply for a work group that would be continuing that effort for the North Station, Corona Road basically area, looking at that. And the main concern that was coming up, being generated there, was the higher density in housing and congestion on Corona Road. So that's being worked out. At a couple other meetings, there are Bay plans for just like we have a city general plan. The whole Bay Area has plans heading toward 2050. Lots of them, so there's lots of possible participation there. And our general plan seems to be following what the Bay Area plans is also doing. So we seem to be linking up and cooperating, at least in theory and philosophy, on all those plans are coming together. At the North Bay Water Reuse Association this morning, we met in person for the first time since 2019. And I thought, okay, it must be an important meeting to do that. But what they went to is Petaluma has been a recipient for fairly large grants to do recycled water, which our purple pipes are on track and going in and happening. So we're a major recipient of those efforts by that association. But it's a regional, and working together as a region, it's going to be really important that we continue to lobby the state and the federal government, particularly the state, for sea level rise, drought adaptations, and reuse of recycled water. We're competing with Southern California tremendously for hundreds of millions of dollars. And because of that competition, and they're going after using recycled water for potable uses, or potable uses, I should say. So with that, we need to put more effort in a unified effort to garner monies here for sea level rise and drought adaptations and reuse of recycled water for agricultural type use and parks and the like. So those are things that are going on there. Let's see. Lighted Bike Parade is this Friday, so at 5 p.m. Join us there at Walnut Park on the 19th here. Light up your bike and bring it on a big holiday tour. At the Climate Action Commission, which was this last week, there is a slight shift. We're going to, we've got the policies in place, the frameworks in place, so there's going to be a shift for next year. So instead of 12 meetings, we're going to drop down to 6 meetings, but there's going to be an emphasis now on implementation, outreach, and supporting staff for the implementation, and also looking at general plan. So that's happening at for the Climate Commission. Okay, I think I've got it all covered.
Thank you very much. And the bike ride is rain or shine?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Guess we could get our first rains. Councilmember Quint.
Good evening. Yes, so Wednesday the 3rd, I participated in a joint transit advisory committee Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee meeting to review and provide feedback on the concepts developed for the Lakeville corridor improvement study. So we had a nice showing from the public and lots of good input for there. It was a great meeting. Then I just want to thank our community members for showing up and speaking out against the current rise of racism in our community. I support those community members. I echo their sentiments. And, you know, I'm really bothered by those developments, and I'm committed to working with community groups to help find solutions. So I do believe it's an important problem, and we all need to stand together to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli?
Good evening, everyone. So at Airport Commission, we more or less just had an end-of-year recap, and that included, you know, a lot of successes that that the Airport Commission, the airport manager had. The biggest one being Title 16, which was an update to the municipal code for the airport. That was a big, heavy lift for staff and everybody else involved. Lots of ramp projects got done out there, upgrades, and upgrades to the electrical infrastructure. The display days that they do in the warmer months of the year have been very successful this year, where the community gets to go out, interact with pilots, see planes, and see what the airport's all about. Then, you know, they got the avionics shop back, which opened up a lot more business to the airport and for current tenants there to be able to get instruments calibrated and worked on. And then it just goes on, and lots of hangar improvements. And the hangar that got crashed into over 3 years ago is finally getting fixed. So that was a lot of stuff to celebrate this year from the Airport Commission. Then I attended the other week the candlelight and tree lighting at Walnut Park. That was, you know, that's an event to remember those that are no longer with us. So everybody held little candles in solidarity, and then they lit the tree at the end. People spoke, and, you know, that was a nice event to remember those that aren't with us anymore. And then yesterday, attended the Holiday Makers Fair at the Hotel Petaluma. You know, Petaluma has a ton of small businesses that maybe not a lot of people know about because, you know, some have storefronts, some don't. You don't always get to see them unless you do events like this where they can come, set up, you can interact with owners. A lot of them have great, cool, innovative products. So it's a nice way to help smaller businesses out. And yeah, so that's, if you didn't go to that, next year they do it. And there's other types of maker fairs throughout the year. And then lastly, since we're 10 days away, I wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report outs, although I will say that there's, for a lot of people, it's not something new to hear. It's something we have to work on every single day, and every time that we hear about these issues of racism in our community, we all have to stand together and push back on them, because that's the only way it's going to get better, and it doesn't go away, it just goes dormant. So I want you to know it's troubling for all of us to read that stuff, and we do take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you. I want to also talk about the racism. It's nothing new to Petaluma. It's been here for a long time, and it's really surfacing, and it's really disturbing when you're seeing it in your junior highs and high school kids. It comes from the home. And if parents don't recognize this, what they're teaching their kids, we're going to have to do it as a community. I will be talking to the superintendent of schools, plan on calling him tomorrow. I've already called some school board members talking about this. I've heard other incidences that are just as disturbing, and it just can't continue to happen. And it seems as though racism is definitely on the rise in all small cities in the entire United States, and this is really unfortunate. I feel my recall had racism in it. I'm Jewish, and there were pictures of me, or pictures, you know, long noses and all this crap on social media. And it came from the few people that Ms. Carpenter spoke about. And it's just disgusting. And I think I did write back to Bruce, and I'd like to connect with you. And anybody else, please, let's connect soon. I also, the Light a Bike Parade may be canceled because of the rain, so it is not rain or shine. I talked with Pete Gang today, so we want to...
Game time decision?
Yeah,
Okay.
something might change on that. We'll see. And I just want to say, as far as my committees, the League of California Cities, I'm on that board, and we met and planning our agenda for the year. As far as Sonoma County Transportation Climate Action, this past Friday, there was a group of us that had a conference with Caltrans on the HOV lanes and the times, and there will be changes coming. We're not 100% sure what the changes are, so I can't say, but there's a lot of prep time to prepare for this because it's, like a 56-mile corridor, and there's a lot of signs that are going to have to be changed. And so it'll take some time, but we really ask them to expedite it because we recognize what the problems are. And so it was a good conversation to have with them. And let's see. And I think that's just about it. And I just want to also talk about just what's happening with the killings, Brown University, what happened down in Los Angeles, with the Reiner family, and also what happened in Australia. And it's just every single day people are being murdered because people are they have bad delusions they just don't respect other people. And that's what's happening. And unless we start respecting each other and making changes, it's not going to happen. And I hope I never have to go out after midnight at night and have two people that are in this room videoing me and one sauntering up and down the sidewalk.
Right.
That is not acceptable.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the Petaluma Stance United Against Hate, there's a QR code, and I just brought it up on my phone, and it talks about all the ways that our city has been standing up against hate and strengthening our commitment to diversity, equality, inclusion, and belonging, and our commitment to uphold the values. So check it out. It speaks for itself. This past few weeks have been very busy with Petaluma's many grand openings, public art ribbon cuttings, holiday events that create lasting memories during this special season. I hope you have been able to enjoy our community's festivities with family and friends. This month, our city staff has been completing numerous projects to help keep Petaluma safe both today and into the future. One example of their dedicated efforts was shared at the recent Zone 2A Petaluma River Watershed Flood Protection Zone Advisory Committee meeting. Staff provided updates on the regional and local hazards mitigation plan, City Creek maintenance, FEMA mapping, and our general plan. There is far too much information for me to cover tonight in a brief liaison report, but I encourage anyone interested to reach out to me anytime for further discussion or visit our city's website, especially for information on stream, creek, and river management as we move through the winter weather season. Wishing you all a wonderful holiday and a peaceful and joyous new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, for my report, I guess the coolest thing that I've been involved with lately was a legislative tour of emerging electrification technology and decarbonization firms in the Bay Area. The group, the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators, was going to be in the Bay Area, and they invited a few mayors to join. But the highlights were the City of Oakland has an all-electric bus fleet. And the cool part about bus fleet, as we're learning about energy, is the problem with peak use of energy. Well, school buses and their big old batteries are in the yard at 5 o'clock when everybody turns on their power needs. They feed back into the grid. And so, green electric energy that charges the battery and drives the school kids around is reserving back into the community during the peak. So that was cool. And then they talk about the tech that new things have, and there's just so much new cool tech on any new device that the performance, their stops are shorter, so they need less buses to achieve the same route. I mean, just so many good things are going on. I toured Copper in Berkeley, where they make an oven, a stove that is on a 110 circuit. Most stoves are on 210 electric circuits. If you do it on, well, the trick is there's a big old battery that surges inside the stove that surges when you need more electricity. And so you can do whole apartment conversions just by plugging it into the outlet that's already in the apartment. And this addresses some of the building decarbonization that's in our climate blueprint and we want to make changes on. Also saw window-style heat pumps, which are cheaper and easier than the mini-split systems that are on the market now. We got to ride over to San Francisco for more of the tour on the emerging electric ferry boat systems of the Bay. Many of the ferry boat systems are changing their boats to electric. We got a tour of the Tesla factory. Which is more like Disneyland than anything. But the big takeaway is that solar and cars, electric cars, have kind of reached a maturity in an economic sense and can withstand a loss of subsidy. There's still good value. The payback happens really quick. And, all these things are happening, and they're going to be coming to a house next to you soon. You don't have to be a climate thinker, one of the things we put forward. Now tech is just better and cheaper to do these things. On the county's Continuum of Care Board, the homeless board, the federal government again changed for the worst for our housing and homelessness. It's thrown another challenge at us. They changed all the criteria for getting funding, and then when that was pushed back, they said, well, then we won't put out any funding. So we will have people out on the streets because there isn't the money to keep them in their already housed conditions. It's very sad. The Measure O Oversight Board, it's a county tax, Measure O, and as a result of all these federal funding cuts, this tax is being used to backfill all the mental health programs that have been losing their funding, and thank God the Sonoma County voters in 2020 approved that important funding. I do want to thank staff for the Keller Street parking garage improvements. We held a parking workshop and people told us what they needed, and the low-hanging fruit was make the parking structures better, and those actions have been taken, and there's more on the way. I attended a webinar on designing safe streets. So many cool things other cities are doing, and hopefully they're doing them makes ours better when we do them. I attended the hospice tree lighting with several of our county. You can't go to a public event without seeing several council members, so thank you for the team. That was a real good community event. I got to judge at the lighted boat parade, and it was a perfect night to watch all the boats. It's our third parade in town. We have Veterans Day, Butter and Egg, and boat parade. I was able to attend the opening of the Historic Museum's Toys Through Time, from machine age to space age. That's at our Carnegie Library Museum downtown. You should all check that out. We were able to, with the vice mayor, we were at the dedication of Cherry Valley Mary Collins School for their Mary Fuller McChesney sculpture collection, city art being installed at schools. Tonight, I facilitated a meeting with the Copperfields bookstores and several concerned school groups, where Copperfields could explain it's not as dire as you might have read previously. They'll be fine. There'll be changes, but fine. I attended the North Station community meeting, scoping session, and I was pleased to see all the attendance there and community input there. And I too have to weigh in on racism. I know we've mentioned it from the dais any number of times, and I probably have to continue to do so. I mean, there's no question that institutional racism is a part of America. It's part that we can work on, but when it's personal racism, you have to stand up in your chair and shout. And it's just wrong, wrong, wrong. And we can't sit through that. Today, December 15th, is a day of significance. Today, the recall campaign against one of the council members has died. The effort was made, but there was no substance in it. And it did not resonate with the community and now has failed. It's always a risk as a public servant, like council, that people will disagree with you. But it's a horrible abuse for one individual from outside the subject jurisdiction to misrepresent the character and record of council members who's doing admirably. So I'm happy to see December 15th and this issue be gone. I do want to wish everyone a happy holidays, as this is our last meeting of the year. And I just want to note that I really appreciate the council's and staff's collaborative nature and openness, transparency to all issues. It's been a very good year, and look forward to the rest of tonight's meeting. So thank you, and I'll pass it to our Batting now for our city manager, our assistant city manager. Any comments from the city manager's chair?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council and community. Two quick things. First, I would just encourage everybody, if you're interested, go check out Luma Ice. It is now open at the fairgrounds. Looks really great out there, and since we may have a little rain coming up, it is actually indoors this year. So rain or shine, Luma Ice is there for your holiday enjoyment. You can go to lumaice.com to get tickets and check out more information on that. And it is open through January 6th. And then secondly, continuing with the rain theme, just wanted to remind the community that intermittent rain is expected over the next few weeks and that accumulations of water may be significant. While there are not current weather or flood alerts, it is possible that we could experience some localized flooding at points during this rain episode. City, as we typically do, have set up sandbag self-service locations at two spots in town, so 840 Hopper Street, which is the city courtyard, as well as Prince Park. So those are self-service, meaning we provide the sand and the sandbags, and you provide the shovel to scoop the sand. For more information, you can go to cityofpetaluma.org/flooding-FAQs. And then one final safety reminder, as with all storms, we recommend motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists use caution when traveling on the roadways. Drivers should not pass road closures or flooding signs, and if there's standing water on the roadway, they're advised to not attempt to drive through the water. So thank you and happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. And I can't believe we got through 7 council people and didn't get a Luma Ice shout out. That's wonderful what's going on there. And so that brings us to our consent calendar for the evening. And thank you very much. Happy holidays. And I'll look up and down the dais to see if anyone wishes to remove any particular item. And I see the Vice Mayor's hand up. An item to remove from our consent?
Mr. Mayor, can I please pull number 8?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any others? Good. So let us handle this by taking items 1 through 7 as a group and then move on to number 8. And so we will do all of the public comment together on items all 8 and then break it into 2 separate voting motions. So public comment, Madam Clerk, have we had any public comment on the consent calendar?
We did have one public comment on item number 8. I have not yet received any cards, but this is the moment.
So public comment is open for folks to come in. Not seeing anyone standing and not having any cards, we will close public comment on all of the consent calendar. I'd like to bring it back up to the dais and ask for a motion on 1 to 7.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion for 1 through 7.
Do we need recusals on?
Oh.
I thought we needed recusals on some.
So I'm going to defer to our attorney, but I believe that there's no required recusals that I'm aware of.
That is right. I'm just double checking. Right. Based on our review, there are no disqualifying conflicts and no required recusals, either because of the distance of members' property interests from the business improvement district, or because the public generally exception applies because in Petaluma, more than 25% of the commercial property in the city is within 500 feet of the business improvement district. So if there are more questions, happy to address them. Thank you.
Do you wish to make a second to the 1 to 7?
Second.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Barnacle, and not seeing any other questions. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And on to item 8, and Vice Mayor, since you raised the question, why don't you give us your feelings on the subject?
Yes, and I actually wrote them down so I wouldn't forget them or waste any time. Unfortunately, I supported this item before I had an opportunity to speak to our stakeholders in the industry. North Coast Builders Exchange and the Northern Engineering Contractors Association. Both of these groups were not contacted regarding this item, and they feel there should have been more discussion. So I will not be voting in favor of it this evening.
You know, and that is a good note. I raised those questions at our last meeting.
You did, Mr. Mayor, but unfortunately I fell right on the Thanksgiving weekend, and I played telephone tag with the stakeholders myself to get their input.
Well, just by way of saying that I support what you're saying is that we should be doing the outreach in the stakeholder groups and in the community. And when I raised it, you know, I felt uncomfortable about moving on without the two biggest organizations that this will affect, having had a chance to make comment on a public document. So I think I'll be joining you in that tonight. And
I'll move approval.
Did we get any feedback from staff as to why they weren't included?
So let's put that in the form of a question to staff, and that would be through our legal department.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So as we discussed when the item was introduced, we were pressed for time to have these tools available staff with a number of solicitations that are going out currently, and we're not able to give more notice than the Brown Act agenda notice provides. We did get some written comment from one of the trade groups that seemed to be higher level sort of commentary that didn't get into the details of what was in the regulations. I've not had other outreach from any of the trade groups since that time, up through and including today. So that's my answer. If there are more questions, happy to address them.
Do we have any questions from council?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. And Councilmember Shribs?
Could I amend the motion so that we maybe table this till next meeting so that that outreach could be completed first beforehand, just for full transparency?
I think that's a good question for staff. We can defer that question to staff.
The council can absolutely do that and delay the second reading, but that will delay the effective date of the regulations and, you know, delay the regulations being available to address issues with contractors that may be bidding on city projects that may have histories that reflect risks to the public and to our programs. So, but it's totally up to the council. You know, I know the information's out there, and I don't know if any of the council members have received specific comments or inquiries from trade representatives, but we have not. So we could use some direction about that if the council is.
Okay, let's find out if we're heading in that direction. Council member Shribs.
Okay, just with that, considering that this was supposed to be a rarely used ordinance, even though it might have implications for right now, today, for one or two, because it's supposed to be rarely used, I think a delay of just a few weeks should be adequate and okay for us to move, to get that moved next time. I don't see the deed right now was not presented to us that needed to be done today. And this is a second reading, so I'd rather have it be transparency.
So thank you very much. Did you have a comment, Councilman McCarthy?
Well, I would support that, but then Eric, are you saying too that, are there any particular bids that you're concerned about that the effective date needs to be in place by?
Well, we're on a pretty tight schedule with the public safety facility, which is one of our most major public works projects in a while. I don't know if Paul's here, if he wants to address other projects we have in the pipeline, but I think there are a number.
Yeah, because I mean, this is part of what I was referring to at the last meeting we discussed it, is trying to figure out why the urgency, why the rush. And
So my understanding, it's because the project pipeline, including in particular the public safety facility, I do know that staff have been eager to have these tools available, which is why we've been working on them and brought them and frankly did we're kind of sort of working hard to get them to the council as soon as we could. But I see Paul's joined us, so he may have some additional info. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Paul Cottrell, Public Works Director. I'll just add to, in addition to the public safety facility, we also had 2 projects that just were advertised for bid last Friday, including the skate park, as well as Rainier Avenue paving project. So those will open in January. I don't have the dates off the top of my head, but those will open in January.
Thank you.
Okay. But we always have projects going out to bid too. So, I mean, maybe it's like John said, if this is going to be so rarely used, we should give some stakeholders a chance to weigh in on this.
Absolutely, the council's prerogative to give us that direction. And the more specifically you do, the more we can be confident of, being responsive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm coming over to Councilmember Cater Thompson.
So has staff heard from any of these stakeholders? Is there any information, any letters that anybody sent?
We saw one letter that, as I mentioned, I think it indicated that that trade group had begun to review, but hadn't completed their review of the regulations that were being prepared for introduction. In the city attorney's office team, we've not received additional input from those groups, but I don't know if they may have sent directly to council members or other. I don't know if the public works team has. We have not.
Thank you.
I'm not done. I'm actually comfortable supporting this tonight because it's protecting the city. We have bids going out, and that's what we should be doing, is protecting the city. And I do know contractors, few of them, that have had problems in the past and that may not be the best, for this community. And so I think this is a tool that we should have to use to make sure that when the contracts go out, that they are contractors that are up to the standards. And I don't really see I'm not sure what the communication is going to be between, quote, the stakeholders who could have contacted the city and actually had a conversation before tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I mean, if there's not support to move the item tonight, we can table it and move it out. We always complain and come budget time when capital projects get pushed out. And good contractors are not going to complain about, irresponsible or non-responsible contractors that being disqualified from a bid. I'd like to, hope that we can get 4 votes for this and give our staff the tools they think they need to deliver capital projects more efficiently. And but if we need to table it until after the new year, then that's what we'll do. But it just feels like we push our staff to get our capital projects done come budget time, and then when they bring something to us that is going to help them do that, now we're pushing back and forcing them to go through more outreach and whatnot instead of get their bids out and get the projects on schedule. So I'll be reminding folks of this. Come budget time, when we're asking why capital projects are not getting done, I'm going to be reminding folks of the extra bureaucracy we're creating for our staff.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Quinn.
Yeah, I think Brian and Janice took the words out of my mouth. I agree with them, given the fact that we haven't received communication, or we've received one. I might feel differently about it if we had received several. And to the point that one of them made, the good contractors, I think, would appreciate this because they're not being underbid by contractors who are not qualified to do the work. So I fully support it.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in here a little bit. I think the burden on doing outreach for innovative ordinance in one city is on the city to reach out to the stakeholders. It's not for them to come in with letters first. I mean, how do they know the issue is rising? Secondarily on this, it is a draconian measure for, special circumstances which are highly unlikely to occur. You want for that one awful day, but I would anticipate that our stakeholders will not like this as it puts rules in place, but I don't think that they'll object on the basis that the implementation is so unlikely to occur, which was my basis of support in the last meeting. Was like, this isn't going to happen. And so I'm willing to wait the time to find out if that's in fact what the organizations will give you as feedback, is they hate it, but it's not going to matter. Any other comment on this before we, Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, I think the question we're raising is not if they came to us, but did we go to them? Because in this type of ordinance, we're actually applying it to a group of folks who should have known about it, and if we're not telling them about it ahead of time and then taking an action on it, there's something wrong with that. So did we inform the two major building groups here in the county that this was coming and we wanted their feedback first? Did we make that outreach? Because we were all about outreach. We've been doing a lot of that in all these cases. Did we do the proper outreach?
So that's
before
a rhetorical.
the action?
It's a rhetorical.
That's a question.
Well, it's rhetorical because they've said no, they haven't. So
Right, they did not do the outreach to the group. So that's a fine line that I think we should not cross.
So, Vice Mayor.
This item came out in the agenda after Thanksgiving, that Friday after Thanksgiving, for a Monday's meeting. It looked like it was just a housekeeping type, we want to protect our city. We do want to make sure that our best contractors are hired. But now the public has brought it to the attention of these two organizations. I reached out to one and have been playing telephone tag. They may be in, approval of this and support it, but they have not had an opportunity to ask any questions. And that's what they want, is just an opportunity to talk, have a discussion, and have that transparency. Before I vote on it, I would like to have that conversation between staff and these organizations.
Councilmember Kato Thompson.
A lot of times when agenda items are out, organizations like that actually look for stuff like this.
Yes.
And so they didn't. So maybe they didn't find a need. And is anybody in the audience here tonight to speak? Because they had plenty of time to come and speak. And so now we're asking for something special, and we're going to pull this and give them special courtesy when they could be here tonight, because we have a council member that's already been talking to them. So why aren't they here tonight is my question.
Right.
We did have one public comment. Yes. We did receive one.
And I think part of the reason this is important is because if successful tonight, it will probably be a model ordinance for others to follow. So I think it's important for us to have had that conversation. So we have a motion and a second on the table. And
my frank question is Councilmember Shribs, will you support it if we make the motion, or should we table it? You're the swing vote, I think.
My preference at this time is to just table it for a couple of weeks, and then I'll be in favor of it. But after we give the folks a chance to give us some feedback.
All right, I'll make a motion to table item 8 until the first meeting in January.
He's agreeing to. You should second.
Yes. Okay. I should say, I thought I made that as a motion to amend. I thought I was the first to do that. And
Okay.
Seconding.
So we have a motion to table from Barnacle and a second from Shribs. And are we going to be, anything you want to modify in this before we get going?
No, that's fine,
Right.
Council. And I'd appreciate it if the members that have received the contact refer those callers to me. And then we'll be glad to hear what their questions are and address them. And if they haven't seen the full ordinance, we can share a link with them.
Thank you very much. With that, we're ready for a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
No.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to our public hearings and matters for consideration for the evening. And while the team comes up and loads up, it is number 9, a resolution of the City Council, the City of Petaluma approving the preferred citywide land use map and associated land use designation standards for purpose of informing the development of the draft general plan update and associated environmental review. Leading off for us tonight will be Heather Hines, our Special Projects Manager, and joining will be Ron Whitmore, Principal of Ramey and Associates, who have been working on our general plan update. So thank you. Take it away. And there'll be a momentary delay while we load a presentation into the computer and monitors.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm happy to be here tonight. It's a big milestone in the general plan update process. So very happy to be here tonight. Very happy to see members of our General Plan Advisory Committee in the audience, as well as members of the Planning Commission. So it has taken all of us a lot of time and effort as to get here tonight. So let us start this presentation. So is this our first slide? Yeah, it is out of order to me. So this is the recommendation that is outlined in your staff report. So we are going to start with the recommendation, finish with the recommendation. But it gives you, as well as members of the public here tonight, an indication of what the action before you is. So there is a resolution, draft resolution, that is part of your packet. And it is to adopt a resolution that will inform the preparation of the draft general plan and the associated environmental impact report. And that would be approving the land use designation standards and the citywide land use map for the purposes of the draft general plan and the EIR. So I want to be really clear on that, because approving this resolution tonight does not change the land use map for the city. It is just adopting the preferred citywide land use map for purposes of this draft general plan. Also included in that resolution, we have had a number of individual requests from property owners for properties that are outside the areas of change, which has been the focus of our land use discussion. So we will talk through those, and we are recommending that a few of those be changed along with this preferred citywide land use map. There are also a couple of recommendations that came out of the General Plan Advisory Committee and Planning Commission discussions about this packet that we are forwarding to the council, and we'll go into more detail. From the GPAC, there was a recommendation that we should restrict standalone residential development on properties that are identified for our 15-minute town center and neighborhood centers. So we will talk a little bit about that more in detail. And the Planning Commission had two recommendations from a majority of the Planning Commission. One was to recommend that the City Council reconsider their previous direction to eliminate the station mixed-use land use designation. The other one had to do with Petaluma City Schools and the recent measure, parcel tax measure that was before the voters and didn't pass, and acknowledging that and wanting to make sure that properties owned by the school district had some flexibility to help them in that time of restricted budget. And so specifically talked about the Casa Grande site that is designated as a 15-minute neighborhood center, and a recommendation to consider increasing the density and intensity on that site. So we'll go into each of those in a little more detail and ready for discussion, but that gives you an overview. So the presentation largely follows your staff report. I'm going to give you an update on the general plan project overall, talk about those property-specific requests, recommendations from GPAC and Planning Commission, and then the bulk of the presentation is a report back to the City Council on land use direction that we received from all of you during the 3 workshops we had earlier this year. Discuss briefly a couple technical analyses that were completed as we had previously discussed, and to make sure that the land use direction that the city is going is in keeping with those values, and making sure we're not making land use decisions in a vacuum. And then we'll touch briefly on general plan implementation as we are hitting these big milestones and looking forward to what comes next. So I'm going to hand it over to Ron to give a project update.
Good evening, council members. Thanks again for having us on your agenda. As Heather mentioned, we're very excited to be here tonight. This is an important moment that culminates much of the work we've been doing for several years, and very much an opportunity to celebrate. And you can see that in part in this project roadmap that you've seen many times. We're now getting very close to the end of it. We've done a tremendous amount of work. And for the land use work specifically that is the focus tonight, that work really began almost at the beginning of the project, where through initial community engagement and some initial work with the GPAC during the discovery and visioning phases, we began to identify specific or particular areas in the city where we thought that might be candidates for change in general plan land use designations. But before we get into that detail, just to remind you, it has been a multi-phase project. Along the way, we've done several other major things that are related and or central to the general plan update, including adopt a housing element, develop flood modeling specific to Petaluma, which is very much informed not just our land use policy, but also other strategies and policies in the draft general plan. You also adopted the blueprint for for climate action. The residents confirmed the importance of the urban growth boundary. And as Heather will say a bit more about later, also already initiating some zoning code updates. So a lot has been going on throughout this process. But again, land use has been very much a theme, and we've been discussing it at length and in some detail for some time. So this is an exciting moment in the project's progression. The reason we're asking for you this evening to confirm the map and designations is so that we can complete the draft environmental impact report, which is very dependent on the map and designations, and get to your the deadline that you've said we're aiming for, which is a September 2026 adoption deadline. And so we'd like your affirmation tonight so that we can stay on that schedule that you've requested. This is a very high-level overview, but just to refresh your memory, for some time now, the project has been on 2 major tracks. One has been a policy track, and the second is the land use track, which is the focus tonight. But before we focus on that, I just wanted to remind you that the 2 are coming together in the draft the draft general plan, which is on track to be published in the spring for public review. And so though we're talking tonight about land use mapping and designations primarily, it's important to remember that they're complemented very much by policy, and we'll speak to that several at several points during tonight's discussion as well. But just to reemphasize here with this slide is that the policies went through extensive public review already, including a close look by the GPAC, Planning Commission, and yourselves. And we've been taking all of that input and finalizing refinements to those in preparation for pulling together the draft general plan. The land use map or pathway has been a bit longer than the policy development. As I mentioned, it started all the way back in 2021 with a lot of considerable public input. The GPAC, probably more than anybody, has spent many, many hours, probably at least 10 different meetings over the last few years focusing specifically on land use mapping and designation, starting way back in 2022, really. It's also been on your agenda several times already, beginning in spring of 2024 when we brought to you candidates for areas of change and some initial thoughts on options we might present to the public for change. Those were then presented to the public last summer. We did extensive community engagement, got lots of robust input, and then that was further deliberated on by the GPAC and the PC. And the General Plan Advisory Committee made its final recommendations early this year, which were reflected in the briefing book that was brought to you in, I'm going to get the dates wrong, was it March to kick off the workshops? Yeah, so then we were with you in March, April, and again in June to get your feedback on the draft map and designations. And so the reason we're coming back to this evening is to show you the revised map and designations reflecting your direction. And as Heather mentioned, some analysis that has been done to confirm that there won't be any unintended consequences with these land use changes related to the city's fiscal health, utilities, wastewater and wastewater capacity, and transportation and related climate goals. Just to remind folks, this map, which is more conceptual, is really just what has been driving our land use work for some time now. This kind of summarizes what we heard from the public, and it really boils down to 5 main things. Reduce development upstream, where we know there's value to open space and where the city is particularly vulnerable to flood impacts, both present and projected future. Then concentrate development largely in the core and along key corridors. And then also supplement that with policies that support infill residential and the integration of some non-residential commercial into the largely residential neighborhoods throughout the city. And then complement that with these 15-minute activity centers with the goal of providing people easy access to their daily needs. And so that's kind of been the big picture that's been driving a lot of our conversation, and it's often helpful to keep that in mind as we think about the detail. And as I noted a little bit earlier, just to reemphasize, we're on track, pending tonight's direction from council to release a public draft general plan in the spring so that we can get it back to you late summer for consideration for adoption.
So wanted to start this presentation really with reporting on some of the new information that goes into your deliberations this evening. The first of which has to do with our property owner outreach that we've done. So back in April, we did a direct mailing, about 160 properties, and we've been having conversations with property owners as a result of that ongoing. More recently, we sent approximately 500 direct mailings, direct mail to property owners within the areas of change or adjacent to areas of change, alerting them to, okay, this is now taking the next step and you might be seeing some proposed changes. While a lot of those are lateral changes, we still thought it was important to do that next round of notification to property owners in those areas of change. We have also done outreach in advance of this meeting in our newsletter, our growing constant contact list that receives emails, as well as social media. So one of the things that came out of the direct mailing was a lot of conversations with property owners and a number of individual properties that are being requested for a change as part of this process that are outside of areas of change. So attachment 8 to your staff report had a longer list. A number of them we had already incorporated, or the intent of their request has already been incorporated. For instance, wanting additional density options, and there's already increased density happening in that land use designation. So a number of them are on attachment 8, but don't require additional action to incorporate. So what I'm going to focus on is the shorter list within that list that we'd like to solicit council input on today. So the first being a property at 921 Transport. This property is currently designated industrial, but it is developed with an office building. It was office when it was purchased. That redesignation happened during the last general plan, and it really created a nonconformity for that property owner that causes additional process or delay when re-tenanting office spaces or any kind of changes. So they're asking to be redesignated to business park to address that ongoing nonconformity. Staff looked at it and didn't see any issues with that. It's really changing the designation for the long-standing existing use of the property. So that is one that is recommended to redesignate from that industrial to business park. The next property, 705 North Webster Street. This is a number of properties, 3 properties. They have different designations: public, semi-public, and low-density residential. All 3 of these parcels are currently used by Spring Hill School. And their request is to redesignate all 3 of those parcels to education to align with that existing school use on the site. So again, request is to redesignate it to be consistent with the activity and the development that's already on the site. So that recommendation is also to redesignate to education. 525 Western was on your request list. This is a property near the creamery on the corner. It's currently diverse low-density residential, and there had been interest in occupying that space with a personal service use and concern that the existing residential wasn't allowing that. We have since had conversations, staff has had conversations with representative of the property owner, and they are not in support of a land use change at this time. So we have changed that recommendation to leave it as it is diverse low density residential, given that these are properties that the reason we're talking about them is property owners are requesting the change. So with that conversation with the property owner's representative, we have changed our recommendation to no change. The next one is actually 2 separate property owners, but they are own property that together makes a existing business park complex. So this is out at North McDowell, 1420 North McDowell, 5341 Old Redwood Highway. The property owners are requesting redesignation to a mixed use to allow housing with optional ground floor, commercial, or office. The site is underutilized and has, according to the property owners, unable to lease as office space. I do want to point out that this complex is currently 4 buildings, the 4th being the Applebee's building out on the corner, and then there is one common parcel. So the landscaping, the parking is all jointly owned by the 3 different property owners that own the 4 existing buildings that are each on their own parcel. So the footprint of each building is its own parcel. So this area is within the 100-year floodplain. It is in proximity to existing commercial and business park development. So staff identified the benefit to redesignating to a mixed use that might support adding some residential in proximity to existing commercial uses. Also wanted to point out it is business park. We do have a finite amount of business park designated properties. We estimate that there's approximately, the city has currently about a little over 500 acres of business park designated property. This is about 12 acres. So it is, it would be a reduction in the city's office park property. Office is an allowable use in mixed use, but also standalone residential is an allowed use in step-down mixed use. So it just want to kind of like lay out that there's a number of things to consider on that one specifically. We would recommend, staff would recommend that if redesignation is supported on this property, that it be the entire complex and not just the footprint of 2 of the buildings and leaving the rest in a different designation, as they're all under the same PCD zoning designation. And then the last one is a newer request since the packet went out. There is a property on Cinnabar, the north side of Cinnabar, that is currently medium density residential. It is adjacent to a much larger property or series of properties, one of which is owned by the same property owner that is, and these are being changed to Maker Micro Business. So the property owner request, I think it came in as a public comment letter, is to also include that Cinnabar parcel, which is currently vacant, as Maker Micro Business, to have that consistency across the properties. This property is bordered by medium density residential on one side and Maker Micro Business on the other side. So it's consistent with the neighborhood either way, but in keeping with the property owner's request and kind of surrounded on 2 sides by Maker Micro Business, that would be staff's recommendation. So these recommendations are included in the resolution. Should the council move forward with that resolution, we do have a few edits to make sure we're brought up to speed with some of the changes I discussed today. So moving on to General Plan Advisory Committee and Planning Commission. Both of these advisory bodies received a very similar presentation and discussion in November. The General Plan Advisory Committee unanimously made a recommendation to not allow 100% residential in the properties that are designated as the 15-minute activity centers. And this really came about after discussion. As you've heard a number of times, the GPAC was instrumental in going over those land use designation standards with a fine-tooth comb, and increased flexibility was a big theme of many of the GPAC discussions. So while not wanting to lose that, they realized, as we were specifically discussing Leghorn Plaza, that the mixed-use land use designation could allow 100% residential, but if that as a neighborhood center became 100% residential, it really lost some of the intent with having those third place nodes within areas that were primarily residential. So the GPAC's recommendation was to was to make some change in the requirements to make sure that they weren't redeveloped for 100% residential. Staff did look at this, and our suggestion is to include it under a land use policy that would clearly state that 100% residential isn't allowed in those identified 15-minute activity centers. Because many of our mixed-use designations are used in a lot of different places, it didn't make sense to just take off the 100% residential allowance, but really try to tailor that towards those centers. So that is the proposal to address the GPAC recommendation. Doesn't change anything with the adoption of the designation standards or the map, except we would include a cross reference on the designation standards to the policy, and then you would see that in the general plan when that draft general plan comes out. And then the Planning Commission recommendation, 2 recommendations from a majority of planning commissioners. The first was to recommend that the City Council reconsider the elimination of the station mixed use designation. This was generated by a public comment letter from Generation Housing, really emphasizing the importance of focusing high density development in proximity to transit. Similar to the flex designation that is created in the general plan, the station mixed use designation could be created but not applied at this time to any specific parcels. So that was the recommendation from the Planning Commission to reestablish that as one of the designation. And then the second one was around Petaluma Schools. Specifically, the Casa Grande site was the property that was discussed, and recognizing increased financial pressure on the school districts. Staff has and continues to meet with Petaluma Schools. We did meet again with representatives from the district since the Planning Commission meeting to talk to them about their plans, whether they felt there was a benefit to reconsidering the density and intensity of the mixed use designation that is recommended. The district remains supportive of the change as currently proposed, and is not seeking an increased density or intensity as they're looking at what their plan is for that property. They were pleased, continue to be happy with the, I believe it's neighborhood center mixed use is what it's being proposed as. And I'm going to hand it back to Ron.
Thank you, Heather. So I'm just going to briefly recap the direction we received from you over the course of the 3 workshops earlier this year focused on the map and the designations, and show you how those are how your direction is reflected in the map and the designation standards. The first couple of slides just kind of recap what the direction you provided us, and then there'll be some supplemental supporting slides that provide a little more of the detail. So first, related to the land use designation standards, you asked us to make sure that a minimum lot size of 2,800 square feet could be accommodated downtown in the mixed use designation. When you wanted us to maintain the maximum height of 4 stories and not increase that. You had asked us to remove the station mixed use designation. PC is inviting you to reconsider that this evening. And then you had a quite robust conversation about the distinction between the business park and maker micro designations. And at the end of the day, asked us to retain the new designation, the maker micro designation, but clarify that it really should not allow any uses that would put people in harm's way, because it's primarily used in areas that are projected to be flood prone. And then also reduce the height, which from what I think was a proposed 4 to 3 stories. And then you went through every area of change, considered the input from the public and the GPAC and the Planning Commission, and made your own specific, provide a specific direction on how to, what changes to make in the map. And so this summarizes the different areas in which you provided specific direction. Has some additional slides to show you the changes on a map, but to summarize, really re-endorsed a two-pronged approach to protecting the riparian zone upstream, balancing that with allowed development, and I'll go into that in more detail in a moment. That complemented very much the graduated approach you asked us to take on Petaluma Boulevard North, and so as you'll see on the map in a moment, there's a nice transition from the more intense downtown to the much more rural upstream area, complementing the efforts to preserve open space along the river. For the river park, the area across the river from the warehouse district, where the foundation has purchased the property and has developed plans for a mix of residential and non-residential uses, you asked us to align the land use map with their vision, considering specifically the opportunity for housing within a half-mile of the downtown SMART station. Downstream, you had a great recommendation for considering applying the Maker Micro designation to a parcel catty-corner from the area that we had originally proposed, and so you'll see that reflected in the map. And then for the downtown SMART area, as I already noted, we removed the station area designation, and that brought down the height in the areas immediately adjacent to the station from a proposed 8 to 6. And then downtown, again, no change other than an increase in allowable density. And then on Petaluma Boulevard North, as you'll see on a map in just a second, we extended and connected the area of change at the bowling alley and Veterans Center with the area change closer to downtown with an extension of the step-down mixed-use designation. And then finally, in the shopping centers along McDowell, you asked us to increase the allowable intensity by changing that to the urban corridor mixed-use designation. And I'll show you some of these on maps here really briefly. So quickly, just to recap the designation changes, and these slides really just show the changes from the briefing book that you had before you for the workshops to now. So it kind of just shows it in markup format. And again, just to recap, GP designations are all about identifying allowable uses and setting parameters for maximum intensity and density, and generally describing the character of the area. So that's the intent here. And so the one change in the residential designations that we made, this is specifically to allow for the smaller minimum lot sizes you requested. So we increased the allowable maximum density in the low-density residential designation from 8 to 12, which during the zoning code update would then allow you to get down to very close to that 2,800 square feet. We'll also add specific policy language in the land use element. There are a number of different policies and supporting actions that require follow-on adjustments to the zoning code, and so we'll specifically note in the most relevant one that the intent is to reduce the minimum lot size to 2,800 square feet. For the mixed use designations, you see here the elimination of the station mixed use. And then as we were thinking through all of your requested changes and looking at the designations again more holistically, we made a few other refinements. Two are in the mini center and neighborhood center mixed use, where we recommend reducing the FAR slightly just to better match the min and max density. And then for downtown, to allow for a building form that mirrors much of the existing building form downtown, increase the FAR from 3 to 4. And then just to make it consistent with the SMART code in the TCMU, allow an FAR with PC approval. That's currently how it's allowed within the Central Petaluma specific plan. And then we refined some of the minimum ground floor active uses in response to the recognition that the active ground floor is not always street facing, and so we just refined the language to be mindful in the zoning code updates to allow to make sure the active frontage is where it's most appropriate, particularly on larger sites. On that last point, this is the revision in the language that you'll see in the attachment that outlines the designation standards. And then for the non-residential designations, this just reflects the changes you requested for the Maker Micro designation, reduction to 3 stories. It required a requisite change in the allowable FAR and removing hotels as a permitted use. And then moving on to the map changes that you requested. This first map is simply a summary of all the areas throughout the city where we're actually making an explicit change in designation from its current use or current designation in the general plan. And then you also have a map in your packet showing the citywide changes. And as Heather mentioned, many of these are lateral changes from current designations across to the new corresponding one, particularly for current mixed-use designations. Because there's currently only one mixed-use designation in the general plan, we had to determine what the appropriate new mixed-use designation is. And so we did that in a fairly objective way based on current use, current zoning, et cetera. So those are all reflected in this comprehensive citywide map of proposed general plan land use designations. So just to quickly recap some of those map revisions we made based on your direction. This is nothing new. You discussed it at length, but again, the two-pronged approach. First, making it very clear that the city supports the Friends of the Rivers Petaluma Gateway project. As part of that support, the draft general plan, as you'll see, explicitly identifies the desire on the city's part to either acquire outright or in collaboration with community-based organizations, acquire vacant parcels along that Upper Reach River corridor. So that's kind of a long-term or most permanent solution. In the meantime, through the general plan update in the near term, establish a no-build retention area, and this is done through the land use policy land use element, and so you don't see it so much reflected in the map directly, but you do see the no-build retention area reflected on the map that you have. It's basically the area that's projected to flood 2 or more feet, and the intent in there is to basically prohibit development in those areas. And then also establish a 330-foot river buffer intended to also prohibit development, but with some accommodations, as you'll see on the slide in just a second. And just to remind you that these are also complemented by the intent to establish a river park in the upstream area, establish a cohesive river greenway along the river that connects throughout the length of the river. And then there's also complementary noise mitigation policies within the general plan, and the land use designation applied upstream where residential is allowed specifically is intended to reduce intensity in cluster residential to development to be more consistent with the city's vision. And so here's to complement the land use policy 5.1, which establishes the river buffer. This is the new language that has been added in draft form to explain how that would be used in practice, being very clear about the intent to protect water quality, prevent erosion, stabilize the riverbank, and accommodate trails, pathways, and public access, prohibiting new encroachment into the buffer area. However, obviously accommodating existing uses where the parcels are not currently vacant. And then to honor property rights, allow for the transfer of rights to other sites on that particular parcel in the case of large parcels outside of the buffer area, or as possible elsewhere in the city through a transfer of development rights program. And then there are a couple examples where an entire vacant parcel is within the buffer area, and in those instances, again, allow the owner to retain development rights, but through site plan approval and review, push that development as far from the river as possible. This is a bit of a messy map, but again, our intent is to show you what we've done based since you last saw this through the briefing book. And so you'll see where we adjusted the MDR in the lower part of the map. But mostly what you see here is both the river buffer, the larger strip along the river, as well as the retention area, which is map-based, modeling-based, and so that's the jagged one that you see underneath, but overlaying the colors representing the designations on the map. And then again, complemented very much by your recommendation to transition down from more intense to less intense as you move from the downtown core upstream. And then, as I mentioned, we added this parcel right across from the area where we're recommending micro in the downstream area along Lakeville, and so you'll see that new addition to the map. And then also along Petaluma Boulevard South, we added that step-down mixed-use section connecting the Bowling Alley Veterans Center area with the rest of the corridor that we'd been discussing as an area of change. So again, nothing new or different from what you asked us to do. We're simply recapping for you what we did to reflect your direction in these maps that you now have before you, as well as these updated designation standards. All along, we had planned on doing analysis to confirm that there were no unintended consequences related to some of these land use changes, and so those were completed since the last meeting with you in June, and there were 3 that were done. The first was a fiscal impact analysis. You have that detailed report in your packet. We're not going to recap the detail for you, but the bottom line really is what's important is that it really projects a neutral impact on the city's budget over the course of the planning horizon of the general plan, which is quite a good thing, to be honest with you. As you know, it's often more expensive for a city from a fiscal perspective to have lots of residential, particularly lower density residential, as opposed to non-residential development. Cities generally generate more revenue with non-residential development, commercial, retail, et cetera. Your city has been very explicit about its desire to allow for and encourage greater residential development, a diversity of it, more affordable residential development. And what was very encouraging through this fiscal analysis is that even in doing so, you're able to maintain fiscal sustainability. Second of 3 reports you have in your packet is really recapping what we shared with you. I believe it was as late as April 2024, where we highlighted the anticipated transportation impacts from some of the land use direction that we were recommending. And so our team confirmed that with these changes, we will in fact achieve those transportation-related goals, many of which have significant implications for implementation of the city's blueprint for climate action and the related goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so our team confirmed that making these land use changes would reduce vehicle miles traveled, support the shift of modes of travel from vehicular dominated to transit, walking, and bicycle and other micro-mobility modes, and improve access to daily destinations. And so it very much advances many of the city's expressed climate and transportation-specific goals. And then finally, lots of very legitimate, good questions have been asked about what impact would this mix and scale of growth mean for the city's utilities. So we looked at both water supply and wastewater systems. It was nice that the city's in the process of updating related water and wastewater plans, and so they were able to use that existing team of consultants to take the anticipated change in land use from the general plan project, apply it in their models, and they were able to confirm that there is sufficient water supply to meet anticipated demand, that the wastewater treatment plan is projected to have sufficient capacity, and that though, as is often the case, there may be areas where water and wastewater conveyance will exceed capacity. That's not unusual. And they're also, because they're in the middle of the planning process, that'll be incorporated both into their master plans and then on a case-by-case basis in certain areas where upsizing will be required. That can be handled as those projects arise. I'm going to hand it back to Heather, who will give you a sense of where we're headed from here, and that'll wrap up our presentation.
So wanted to touch on a number of things that are coming out of the general plan. Even though we aren't done with the general plan, we're already starting efforts on some of the implementation measures. So the first is a zoning code update. The city is doing an initial phase of zoning code updates currently. This involves implementation of housing element, tree preservation, streamlining new housing developments, and some modifications to support local economic development and sustainability. Staff will then be looking at subsequent phases to focus on specifically to implement the general plan. So there is a long list of code updates that are called for in the general plan. Also looking at blueprint and where code updates are called for in that adopted document, as well as making sure we're hitting all of our housing element programs. So those will be grouped into phases that the city has begun and will continue in groupings. North Petaluma Station specific plan kicked off with the community kickoff last week. So this is funded by a grant, and it's really creating that policy specific to that designated priority development area and focusing on that half mile around the Petaluma North Station. So lots to come still on that process. It's about an 18-month process that we have just kicked off. Similarly, a Central Petaluma specific plan, also grant funded. This will be looking to update the Central Petaluma specific plan and SMART code, really looking at what worked and what hasn't worked in those and what we should update to implement general plan and just make sure that specific plan is working for Petaluma. So that is set to kick off in early 2026. Consultants leading that process were selected by MTC. It was a different approach on this grant, and so they have been selected and they will be kicking that process off in the new year. And then the Fairgrounds Master Plan, RFP released, going to be, not yet, going to be released before the end of the year. So that is another exciting one. All of these are referenced in the general plan as next steps. So it's exciting that those are all kicking off. And then finally, touching on development impact fees, infrastructure financing. So this is another thing that we will be kicking off shortly. This is looking at updating the Nexus studies that will then set the development impact fees for the city. This will directly work with the general plan, the planned capital improvements that are called for in the general plan. So we are gathering, staff is gathering an internal group of city staff because this effort will touch a lot of different departments because there's many of the fees, Parks and Rec, public safety, housing, a lot of these fees touch a lot of different departments. So we'll be working together to kick that process off so that we have the Nexus studies and the updated fee structure for adoption soon after the general plan is adopted. So that wraps up the presentation. Thank you for your patience. It was a lot to cover. I just want to close with what we are asking for from the City Council tonight. So we are asking for direction on the GPAC and Planning Commission recommendations, specifically whether adding in the support of adding in a policy specific to restrict the standalone residential in the identified 15-minute town centers and neighborhood centers. We're looking for direction on the Planning Commission's recommendation to reconsider the station mixed-use land use designation, which the council previously directed to be eliminated. Based on conversations with the school district, the Casa Grande site, as currently proposed, is supported and meets the needs of the district. So that seems, it was a recommendation to consider that the school district seems quite happy with where the recommendation or the proposed land use is on that site. And then we're looking for support to adopt the resolution, which would approve the land use designation standards and the preferred citywide land use map for purposes of informing development of the general plan update and the associated environmental impact report, and looking for support for the property-specific requests, which include the 921 Transport, 705 North Webster, the Business Park Complex at 420 McDowell, 5341 Old Redwood, and the Cinnabar parcel. And that concludes our presentation, Mayor. Turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Any of these general plan topics just cover a lot. So, I mean, how you get your head around all this at one time is pretty impressive. I do want to remind the audience that the presentation that you just saw is already posted online, and you know you can follow along at home. This, if you need to refer back to any one of the slides, and I appreciate the staff's got that up in time for the meeting tonight. I think what we'll move next is to go directly to public comment, and that way, the feedback we get from the public, council can use in their comments and push back. So I'd like to open public comment and ask the clerk if we've had any comments on this item, and then take it right into the messaging.
Sure. We have received comments on this item. I believe there were 5, and they're posted to the website. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. During this 30 seconds, members of the public, thank you, perfect, wishing to speak should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so. Speaker cards received after this time may not be accommodated.
And I did want to thank all the General Plan Advisory Committee members who are here tonight. And if they have comments, make sure you get a comment card in. We appreciate all the work you put in. So. So we have 7 comment cards on our list tonight, and the first is Vince Smith, to be followed by Eric Seidel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's been a minute since I was last here. I think it was 2014 when I presented to this body for successfully convincing the City Council to approve the Riverfront project, and lo and behold, it's partially built and some of it's under construction, and it was good to see. So I am here representing the owners of the properties on Old McDowell and North McDowell Road. Specifically, those are 53410 Old Redwood Highway, Old Road High, 1420 McDowell, and 1400 McDowell, North McDowell. Heather made a comment at the end of her description of these properties that there was a request to include all buildings and the common area around the buildings, and that's completely acceptable to the request that we're making. And our request is that as staff has very appropriately and completely described, that complex, that campus, be allowed to be developed with residential units. And so, the question often is, well, why do we want that? Well, over 100,000 square feet of that office complex is vacant right now. And trying to find tenants is extremely difficult. And so in our conversations with Brian and his team about trying to convert that to residential, it seemed to make sense that we make it, I guess, more permanent, if you will, in a request to include that in your general plan update process. Also, as Heather described, it's a request to include it in the general plan update process. The action you're not taking is to change the general plan. That'll happen sometime later, but we'll certainly monitor, participate, and support the efforts in trying to achieve that. The other reasons why the corporate demand for space, such as a suburban office complex or building, is very, very low. I think as we've all experienced from 2020 until now, the environment in which we do business is very different. And certainly in the suburban office market, the request has gone down tremendously, and it continues to go down. We also feel like this is a site that if you were stepping back and maybe master planning the property over again, which was done in 1986, that it might be a good residential site anyway because of its proximity to transportation services for auto commuting on 101, public transportation. There are bus stops in and around the site, and certainly its proximity to the I guess it's called the North Smart Station off of Corona and North McDowell. So we think it's a good location. We have been entertaining conversations from residential developers. Did I just make my 3 minutes? Holy smokes!
Even 3 minutes goes fast.
I know. You think I do this like that I'm an actual professional, but I guess not. So we would support the Planning Commission's recommendation, staff's recommendation, and your GPAC's recommendation that this property be included as a mixed-use site. Thank you.
Eric Siebel to be followed by Darren Rackison.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. It's great to be here. I'm Eric Sable, and I'm here on behalf of the 705 North Webster property, otherwise known as the Spring Hill School. And I'm proud to say that I am the new head of school for the Spring Hill School. Just started up in July. Feels like it's been just a week or two. We've had a busy fall. But Spring Hill has had the great honor of celebrating its 50-year anniversary just this year. In fact, we were honored to have the city proclamation celebrating that fact. From our founding in 1975 to today, we have stood for progressive independent school education here in Petaluma. We started as a Montessori preschool. We still have that, starting at 18 months of age. And now we have grown and evolved over the decades, and now we have students all the way up to 8th grade. And our Webster property, which opened up in 2018-19, now serves children kindergarten through 8th grade. And our preschool property over on Middlefield continues to have our little guys, the 18-month-olds up to the 5-year-olds. So we are incredibly excited at the prospect of the 25-year vision that this general plan revise represents. We'd love to see ourselves over the course of those 25 years be able to grow and evolve across our 3 parcels for educational purposes. We feel strongly that Petaluma is a wonderful, spectacular educational environment, from public, charter, independent, parochial, homeschool options. We got it all. And we're a part of that fabric. We have our preschool kids. They go out into the city schools. Sometimes we have kids arrive to us from different locales. We graduate our kids, and they go to any number of different high school settings. Just 2 weeks ago, I visited our graduates at Petaluma High School to talk with them and be connected with them. So we are so excited at the prospect of continuing to be a part of Petaluma's educational heartbeat. I love seeing your goals document from April, how education and children, the heart of any community, is so central to that. And we feel so committed to helping make Petaluma an amazing place for families, no matter what educational option they choose. So on behalf of the Spring Hill School, we support the recommendation for this general plan to be put into action. And thank you very much for your time and service.
Thank you. Darren Rakusen, to be followed by Lydia Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We've seen this one quite a few times. My general theme here is that the general plan land use map and the zoning code are connected, right? Your general plan land use designations are the base layer of planning. Your zoning code and zoning designations sit on top of that. And I'm worried that we haven't had a clear enough explanation of how future zoning code is supposed to line up with the land use designations before you. So at our last Planning Commission meeting, staff confirmed that the zoning code is already being updated alongside the general plan. Heather confirmed that this evening, using the draft plan documents as guidance, which tells me we already have some idea of how a future zoning code will eventually sit on top of this general plan map. I think it's really important, and for the past few years, I've kind of gotten my hand smacked out of the cookie jar on planning, asking about zoning, being told zoning needs to wait until the land use policy is totally settled. But that doesn't hold if the zoning is already being revised. We're not going to have a fresh new zoning code, starting from zero. We're going to be evolving our current zoning code, and we're doing it already. So if we're making land use designations now that we kind of know how zoning will later enforce, it's important to understand what the zoning code is expected to do, how much flexibility it's expected to keep. And I think without the context of at least hints of the vision of a future zoning code, the general plan map in front of you gets a little harder to understand. Right now we have 7 different mixed use categories on the map. It's not clear why we need 7. Will each one have a 1-to-1 zoning designation, or will we have step down mixed use 1, step down mixed use 2, which could quickly scale in complexity? Maker micro business and business park designations are almost identical except for one land use. Without understanding the zoning code in the future, it's hard to know why we need both of them. And then on the opposite side of missing context, we have the flex designation, which kind of blows apart the internal logic of the plan as I see it. It allows an incredibly wide range of uses, from industrial grain mills to housing, under one label. So in some places we're being hyper-specific and prescriptive with mixed-use designations, and in others, like flex, we're being so broad that land use distinctions disappear entirely. So without zoning context, it's hard to understand or make sense of some of this internal logic, especially with flex. It feels like it doesn't fit well with the rest of the map. It feels like if the mills need a new direction in the future, they could select from one of our 7 mixed-use or several residential designations that already exist. And then adding another mixed-use category, stationary and mixed-use, I think makes this harder, not clearer. That becomes our 8th mixed-use designation. I think the council already discussed that 8-story buildings aren't really in our design direction, and per the strategic economics report, 8-story buildings aren't really economically feasible at this time in Petaluma in terms of the building types they necessitate. So if we don't expect to see those buildings, why put them in the general plan? So I don't expect big changes tonight, but I think we need to be clear about future zoning code, and I think flex should be removed and stationary and mixed use should not be brought back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lydia Aslan, to be followed by Robin Riley.
Good evening, folks. Lydia Aslan again. I'm gonna riff off a little bit with what Darren just said about the station mixed use designation coming back. I remember this is the fourth time. We had 3 times in the spring where we kind of got into a deep dive together about all of these categories, and I thought I understood back in the spring that going to 8 stories and 90 feet at the smart stations was just a little bridge too far to take, and so that was the pullback. Let's take this station mixed use out of the discussion. And So hearing or seeing in the staff report that this could be coming back, let's talk about what 90 feet, 8 stories looks like, and if that's housing and we have the state density bonus layered on, are we talking about 12 stories and 135 feet? If we're going to go there, let's do a view shed analysis of what buildings of that size look in the context of the surrounding areas. Thanks.
Thank you. Robin Riley, to be followed by Ryan Williams.
Good evening, City staff, City Council. Thank you all for your time, and a huge shout out to the fellow members of the General Plan Advisory Committee. 5 years ago, I knew so very little about land use, and here we are. So this is an exciting and gratifying milestone that we're reaching tonight. Just a few brief remarks here. I was not able to participate in a number of the meetings through the middle of the year, so I was not party to the conversations about the elimination of the station area mixed use. I'm pleased to see that the Planning Commission has recommended to reconsider bringing that back in. That's certainly something that I, as a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee, would be supportive of. Especially knowing that, again, we're not saying that this is exactly what's going to happen there. We're just creating flexibility for opportunities if it comes to pass. Just the two other remarks I have. I absolutely, of course, support the, along with the rest of the GPAC. As Heather noted, there was a unanimous vote to support the making sure that none of the 15-minute designated centers became 100% residential use, really defeat their purpose. And I'm pretty pleased with the way that staff found to enact that through policy. The last comment is specifically the redesignation of the parcel at 5341 Old Redwood Highway to step-down mixed use. That both seems reasonable on its face, but also recently learned that the Sonoma County Library is looking at purchasing property, perhaps in that area, moving from their currently rented property in Runner Park. Would love to see a headquarters for the county somewhere here in town, and so I think that would dovetail also with their interest in that site. That is all I have to say, other than Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and have a cozy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Williams, to be followed by Brent Newell.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Ryan Williams, trustee, Petaluma City Schools. First, I want to thank every single one of you tonight for your support of the students at Petaluma City Schools and of education. It was tremendous to see the overwhelming support of the community, but just not 2/3 support for Measure I that was on the November ballot. So that has put the city, the school district in a tough financial decision. We have to make approximately $4 to $5 million in cuts in the coming year. But with Measure I being the second attempt at a parcel tax to support our secondary schools, we are now thinking about additional ways to generate revenue on our school sites. The Planning Commission and city staff have been fantastic in their proactive approach in collaborating and working with the school district in the communication. That does not always happen, so we are very grateful for the city's, again, working with the school district. So the Planning Commission and in the report tonight was some additional flexibility at the CASA site. So I'm here in an individual capacity as one of 5, but I want to say that I personally support that additional flexibility, and we will be making decisions with the city in the year or two in the future. It's not going to be very immediate, but it is something that we'll be working at, and we would like to work with the city on the best use for that site. So thank you all for your support, and thank you to the staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Newell is our last speaker tonight.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Before I really launch into what I wanted to say tonight, I just want to acknowledge all the hard work and effort that's gone in from staff, Ron and Heather and Brian and everyone who's been working on getting these land use designations and the general plan together over the years. The members of the GPAC, I was on the GPAC for a short period of time. Incredible amount of effort has gone into this and thought. And I think we all share the same goals, which is to guide the future of our community. One thing that I learned both on the GPAC and as a planning commissioner is how dire our housing needs are and how difficult it is to build housing that's affordable, and how far behind, how we did not meet our last round of RHNA goals and targets for affordable housing. We met the above market housing targets, great, we exceeded those, but that's not what we need. We need housing that's affordable for working families, for teachers, for police officers, for firefighters. So that, I can't speak on behalf of the Planning Commission, I can only speak on behalf of myself, but that really was the sort of guiding principle for me as I first reviewed the item that we got on November 20th, and seeing what GPAC had recommended in terms of the stationary mixed-use designation downshifted into a 6-story, retain what we have right now, zoning designation. It kind of shocked me because I didn't remember that. And I appreciate Generation Housing sending in that comment letter. So I hope that you take that into account and revert to the stationary mixed-use designation to go to 8 stories because we need housing. We do not need to be erecting artificial barriers to meeting these housing needs and meeting the needs of our entire community, not just the wealthiest, not just the most privileged, but those who need housing. And young police officers, young firefighters, young teachers, they can't afford to work here. Are we going to tell them to live in Vallejo and commute here to teach class every day? That's ridiculous. That's utterly ridiculous. We need more housing, and I just want to close with how I got to work today. I ride the bus in the wintertime because riding the bike really sucks when it's this cold.
3
and
minutes.
I walked past the station and it's vacant. That's part of the view shed too. So
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. And that closes public comment for the evening, and I'd like to bring it back up to council. We've obviously heard a whole lot from staff and public. And is there a particular area of question or comment anyone would like to start with? Who wants to start tonight? Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Heather and Ron and Brian, the members of the public who commented tonight, for all the effort that's gone into this and thoughtful comments. Couple of questions to kick it off. The single-family minimum lot size of 12 units per acre isn't actually 2,800 square feet. Can we help me square that? That comes out to be like 3,600 or 3,300 square feet minimum lot size. The minimum lot size for 2,800 square feet, I think, is like, or at 2,800 square feet is like 15 and a half units per acre. And then I noticed we only applied it to the low density, but not the very low density and rural and that sort of stuff. I thought we were pretty clear about that being applied citywide. So I'm just wondering what happened there.
I can give you the high level overview of what we did. We have on Zoom and available to help answer questions other team members, including Simran, another principal with Raymond Associates, who works a lot on both general plan designations and corresponding zoning code updates. And she helped us make this adjustment. I want to look at the designation myself here quick. So it had been at, we made the adjustment in the low-density residential designation corresponding with the R2 zoning. Our understanding was that we wanted to make sure that the designations accommodated a shift from the current, 6,000 odd square feet down to 2,800. And so the maximum density in the RLD had been 8, and so we increased it to 12, which we understand would accommodate the about 3,000 square feet minimum lot size. Now that actual change, you wouldn't typically reflect minimum lot size or designate a minimum lot size in a general plan. That level of detail is typically reserved for a zoning code, and so what we're trying to do is set up the designation standards to allow for that corresponding adjustment. We'll also make that minimum lot size preference very explicit in the body of the land use element as well. I guess I'll turn it over to Simran if you have more to add about your thinking in the adjustment from the 8 to 12 dwelling units per acre on that specific designation.
Yes, of course. Good evening, Council. So with regard to the change in density from 8 to 12 units to the acre, we wanted to give a little leeway as to the minimum lot size of 2,800 would still be the minimum lot size, but in the density, given that this is we want to give some flexibility for driveways and other dedications, public dedications, etc., that might come up. So the density at 12 units to the acre accommodates that. The minimum lot size in the zoning code would still be 2,800 square feet. With regard to your other question about why did this not get reflected in both R1 and rural residential? Well, rural residential is a county zone primarily, so we didn't think that was, though even if we changed that, it wouldn't really apply, but it didn't match the character of that area. And then the hillsides did not seem appropriate for the smaller lot size, partly due to the hillside nature and evacuation related issues if there are potentially a lot more units within the VLR's designation.
Okay. So the parcel on Cinnabar that's requested, is there a reason why we wouldn't, I'm unclear on the maker micro and then mixed use. I understand the maker micro being that it's basically we don't want housing there, right? But I don't think that's the case here. So is there a reason why in that instance, because when we apply mixed use, you can still do all commercial, right? You can also do residential. So I'm just wondering why the landowner wouldn't want more flexibility with their land use designation. Maybe that's a question that doesn't have an answer, I suppose, but
so I think the question is, why didn't we go to a mixed use in that area as opposed to the maker micro for that whole?
I understand that. I don't understand why the landowner wouldn't want something that basically limits the potential uses instead of, because all the things that they could do with maker micro, they could still do with the mixed use. Correct?
Yes, I can't answer that off the top. I just know that they were very happy with the maker micro, and I think that site is it's vacant, but I was looking at aerials, and it looks like trucks and that. So their request was to make it consistent with the other property that he owns.
Okay. For the let's see here. So on the Applebee's area there, the Redwood Business Park, I think is what it's called. Is there a reason why we wouldn't apply, if we were going to change the designation, apply the designation to more parcels around there and look at this as actually becoming something that's like a true area of change, I suppose.
Well, part of that is it wasn't an area of change, so we were looking at lateral, right? And so it came up as an individual property owner request. So we haven't taken it further than that to now look at expanding an area of change in that area. The property, I think it's kind of right across, well, across and up a little is the barn property that was recently annexed in. So no, we didn't take the individual property request and kind of look at it on a larger scale to introduce a new area of change at this point in the process.
I think that's maybe something for a discussion that we can look at as a council. It just, if we're going to be doing it for one area, might as well look at the whole. And then, so we talked about some changes to, Ron, you mentioned at some point, said, you know, changes to density necessitates a change to FAR and height and things like that. And to the comment we heard earlier from Darren, this is like level one of the rules that we're putting in place, and then we're going to stack our zoning code, and then we're going to stack our impact fees, and what are the process hurdles we want to create, you know, it really becomes our development paradigm. And I'm one of the things that I'm cognizant of when I look in here is that some of the things that we may be trying to do with FAR and density and maybe height too, for that matter, are actually like things that we're trying to accomplish with the building form in relation to its surroundings and things like that. And so is there a reason why like a change in density necessitates a change in FAR? Or is that just like, these are planning rubrics that we've used for ages and this is why it's done this way? Try and help me understand this.
Is your question specific to a particular designation or just general?
It's a general question, but like the step down mixed use is the one that comes up for me, where like I know what we're trying to do with it, right? Is we're trying to not stack a 4-story building right up alongside of a single family resident, right? And we want it to step down, and we'll probably in the zoning code establish some setbacks from that, I would imagine. But like dictating that it's a 2.5 FAR, right? Versus the other mixed use ones where it's a 4 FAR. There's certain areas where that zone is applied and it literally backs up to the train tracks, right? Like, I don't think we need to have step downs on all sides of that. I don't think we need to, and like if an FAR goes up to 3 for that project, like, are we creating like functional like hurdles in our general plan now that are really just like something that we're trying to address with building form in relation to surroundings that are more situational versus like hardcore, like, you know, state requirements for the general plan?
Yeah, those are great questions. I'll give you some general background on why we landed where we did, and then Simran may have some additional points to share specific to your core question around like that interrelationship between density, mins and maxes, and FAR. So generally what we've been trying to do with the standards is to accommodate a variety of community goals. So on the one hand, as has been said many times already, make sure that Petaluma is a housing-friendly city. And so we're trying to get the densities right. And so we've added, in some cases, minimum densities to make sure that sites that are designated for relatively high-density residential development or mixed use come in at a minimum floor of density. So we're not, you know, quote-unquote, wasting some of those important sites. And also in some places, increasing the density to accommodate desired increases in housing by type, use, et cetera. The other goal we've been trying to accommodate is, as you noted, kind of form related, trying to make sure that as the general plan guides future development, that it retains development retains a form that is consistent with the character of the cities, because we've heard a lot of concerns around the right amount of building bulk and specifically height in different parts of the city. So those generally are what we've been driving our considerations, and that we're trying to, in some cases, balance, right? And then related to step down specifically, the intent is that the step back or step down is only in areas adjacent to residential. And so on the map, and I think we did it correctly, but if we made any errors, I apologize. We noted with numbers 3 or 4, depending on the designation, like where those step downs would be. So it's not on all sides of the parcel. So I'm sorry if that wasn't 100% clear. But that step down is intended for
let's just riff on that one then. So, because while we're there, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but like it's a good interjection point. This is like if that's the purpose of the step down, why the 2.5 FAR? Why is that needed instead of just saying like? And this again goes to why do we need so many areas of mixed use categories and things? Because I think the only real difference is between the downtown and the step down is the FAR is really the big difference, right? So my question is like, why the 2.5 FAR is needed there, because it feels like it's creating more of a limitation than it's,
Sure.
at least in this specific instance, right? Like,
yeah, I'll just note that I reviewed our notes from our council meetings. I don't believe this came up previously as a question, so this is not something that we've changed since the designation standards that you saw earlier this year. And Sermon, I know you weren't specifically involved when we came up with that particular FAR, but I know you looked at these again after getting council input. Do you have anything to add, Simran, as to why 2.5 FAR is appropriate for the step-down mixed use?
Yeah, sure. So we want to make sure there's a link between density and FAR. And given that in zoning, we'll craft the development and design standards that allow for the molding, so to speak, of the form. Per state law, the maximum density must be allowed. Your development and design standards cannot make it so that you can't reach that maximum. So the 2.5 FAR and the 45 units to the acre generally works in tandem and allows enough flexibility when the zoning is being written to allow for that form to be modulated.
Can I just add to that? Brian O, Director of Community Development. Simran, do you mind, there's an example so we ended up talking about this earlier because it came up in a different way. And I thought you had a really elegant way. I mean, essentially all, whether it's FAR, whether it's height, whether it's step back or setback, these are all ways to control, they're control mechanisms, right, for development. And Simran just touched on the fact that there's this need with state law that there has to be this consistency. But if we were to move forward with just the units per acre and sort of set aside the FAR, there's a fine line where you lose one way to control and regulate bulk and size. But there's a scenario that you talked through that I thought put it pretty clearly on what happens if you drop the FAR. Could you repeat that? It was about the units per, as it relates to the minimum density.
Sure. So the example I had shared earlier with Brian and others was using a typical lot size of say 1 acre, and assume a typical unit there would be relatively small. The city is trying to encourage small units, so you're looking at 1,200, let's say, a gross unit size. So that gets you to a FAR of 1.25. You don't get to the 2.5. You could do 45 units to the acre on an acre site plus build the equivalent of another 50,000 plus square feet of commercial. So it gives you that flexibility to do that. But if you went to all residential and use the 2.5 as the cap, then you would actually get to a much higher density number. So the balancing act of the density and the FAR is to make sure that with using typical sizes, you allow for a mix of both uses to occur on any single specific size. If the FAR is too high and then the density number is still a limiting factor as to what can happen on that site. So the balancing of the two needs to occur, which is why the numbers are what they are.
Ultimately, though, one of the two is going to be the limiting factor, or one of the three, height, density, or FAR is going to be a limiting factor, right?
Right, but per state law, since there is a density number here, that should prevail, and the FAR is an additional limit on top of it. So the way these designations are developed, you have a density limit up to the maximum FAR. It's not, the FAR doesn't prevail unless you get big enough units or there's enough mix of uses for it to get to that number.
Okay, I think I hear what you're saying, which.
And if you just went to FAR only, the density number is irrelevant at that point. So since there was a desire at the start and throughout this process to have a density number in the general plan, that's a number that prevails, and the FAR is a outer limit to what can get built.
Yeah. So I'll turn this into a comment to the council now. My concern, and when you look at the economic analysis, is that the costs are generated on a per capita basis, and the intensity is what generates the revenues, is where we actually get to $18 million equivalent, right? And so if we don't actually get the intensity out of this and we get a bunch of low density development, it's a structural loser for us. We know that, right? And so I'm concerned about introducing provisions into our general plan land use map that create those sorts of structural barriers that might bring down the density, bring down the intensity, and things like that, and that are going to impact the long-term financial stability of our city. We've already had enough problems with that, and I would like to make this a much more financially viable project or general plan. I'd like to make sure that we're pushing toward affordability in here. I think we all share these goals, right? Like fiscal sustainability, affordability for businesses and for residents. And so, to me, the things that matter are honestly the height, because I think that's what gets most people out and frustrated. And I think that those are the things that block people's view sheds. And if someone can get 60 units in a 4-story building, more power to them. If people can, and I don't want the FAR to be a barrier to that. I don't want our density metrics to be a barrier to that. I want to encourage that developer to give us 60 units, because that means more property tax for that piece of property. It means more people spending. It means more people have homes, and I think all of those things matter. So my pitch to the council is increase density and increase the FARs, relax those two things, and set height thresholds that limit things. But it just feels like we're honestly, I don't feel like we're being as bold as we should be for a council that says we're pro-housing, and for a council that's had so many economic problems. And so, yeah.
Can we touch on that for a minute? We kind of get a feel here?
Yeah.
I'll jump in, and then y'all jump in. So what I think I hear you saying is that we should allow for a greater density units.
I think in certain areas for sure. I think the step-down mixed use is a great example of that. I think downtown mixed use is a great example of that. I think any of the upper bounds where we could push it. The town center mixed use at 55 units per acre feels like a a piece of cake, and if we could, if we could get that, significantly higher, those are areas that are right next to transit and that are right next to services and things like that. So I think some of these mixed-use zones, we can definitely be increasing.
My question, I think, because I, like you, I'm trying to really get a grip. I mean, I think I have a vocabulary, but not really a grip. And so, because, state rules and all the rest of the things that make it fuzzy, if you will. So if we increase the density and we think we're curtailing by FAR and height and encouraging a higher density within, what's the state part of that? Will the state allow density? If we allow a density that's higher, will the state say that our height or our FAR don't govern, the density governs? Because there's a bit of that conversation going on.
If I may, Mayor, our development standards, density, FAR, all need to work in tandem. If the height is not enough to accommodate the density being proposed or the maximum density allowed in a general plan, that would create a conflict, and a potential applicant can come in and ask for that height to be increased to accommodate whatever the maximum density is. Form is important, and in the general plan, we want to make sure there's enough leeway for that form to be modulated within the density and FAR parameters that are being proposed. If the density and FAR are raised higher, but the height isn't, that can create potential conflicts.
So is the state, if we make a proposal that allows for 1,200 square foot units in an apartment complex, not in a single family sprawling, but say in a apartment complex, will they say you've made a good, that's the square footage per unit that's appropriate? Or if the developer says I need 2,000 square foot units, does the state weigh in on that kind of thing? I mean, we're viewing it as an apartment. I mean, and actually, square footages don't matter, but we're saying small square footages, a lot of them. Can the developer turn and say, well, you gave us a density, and we want big units at that density?
That's right.
Is the developer able to prevail at the state and over us that the height needs to be waived because they think 2,000 square foot is the market and we want 15 or 20 or whatever the number is?
Yeah, that's a good question. In my opinion, the density is what would prevail. So if you have a project, like right now, going with this example in step-down mixed use, the density is 45 units to the acre. If a developer comes in with 2,000 square foot units, they are still within the allowed FAR and they can do that, right? But if they come in with 3,000 square foot unit, they can't get to the 45 units to the acre, and they'll have to build it at the lower size. There are certain assumptions one can make in our projections, and typically 3,000 wouldn't be something that gets built. Those units are way too large.
So can I just ask a really specific question? Why is the FAR on the downtown mixed use 4 and the FAR on the step down mixed use 2.5? What's the reason to have it be 60% of what the downtown mixed use is?
I think well, I can provide my thoughts, but Ron and Brian, maybe you can chime in on this as well. The downtown is a slightly different situation because you have buildings which are at zero lot line. There's no setbacks from the front or sides because they're all attached to each other, so to speak. And the likelihood of getting, in my opinion, the likelihood of getting to a 4.0 FAR in downtown is low, but that matches what's been built there in the past. And I believe that's the reason that number is higher. In the step-down mixed-use designation, which is in a slightly less urban context, there are potential step-downs to neighboring residential. There'll be setbacks, etc. as well. The 2.5 is more of a reasonable FAR there.
Let me ask one other question. State density bonuses are given out like candy. So what's, doesn't every project have a density bonus that would allow for changes? How does that affect this dynamic of what the density is versus what the height is? Can the developer choose the bonus to be height, or can he choose it to be density, and we have no control?
There is a limitation to the control we have, so it really depends on the project, what the type of concession / waiver a project would seek. There's also the reality of it. The last handful of projects, while they have sought out a concession or waiver through the state density bonus law program, they haven't actually requested more density. So there is this economic, in this point in time, limitation. There's so many different permutations, so that's where it is important for us at the local level to, have the most certainty of, what the amount of density we want or envision for a particular part of our town. But we could be here for a while just talking about if this, then that. With respect to the state density bonus law, it seems to continue to evolve.
I think part of our concern is we would like to have an affordability, and I think maybe that's through minimum density, not maximum density. Is there any path to that?
So affordability could mean a few different things. Get projects to pencil out. We have to reduce, increase certainty, streamline the process of getting a project into the ground. So there's a few different ways. And then if you're talking about deed restricted, 100% affordable, I mean, there's a whole other process. But I gather you're talking more about how do we build sort of that missing middle, smaller units.
Right. I think affordable by design.
Correct.
Clearly, the bigger houses do better in the market right now, and that's why the development pushes towards larger units. But we want to push back that's taking care of itself. We want the units that aren't being proposed like that to bring us back some affordability. So I've got no more on that one right now. Councilmember Barnacle, you want to sit on that one right now?
I'll sit on it right now and come up with some proposals.
So is this continuing the theme? Yes, so Councilmember Shribs.
Not changing the theme, although I will eventually. Because it's almost like a fourth dimension Rubik cube here we're talking about. We're talking about the density, the height, FAR, but also when those are in play, but also what's outside of that if FAR is not 100%, whatever, of the entire landscape, then where's the parking, where's the landscape, where's the open space, those things. However, the only trouble I see running into is if, okay, we're saying, okay, you can have a 4-story here, but it's going to have setbacks, but the FAR is at 2.5. But someone comes in and says, oh, I'm willing to bid a 2 or 3-story, even though I'm allowed 4, not do setbacks. I'm just going to do a solid 2 to 3, and I want 100% lot. Boom. We're now at above, say, 3 stories, full 100% is now at a 3.0 FAR, even though you're allowing 4 stories in high density, but he's overreached on FAR because it's only 2.5 and he has a 3. Now, even though it's solid 3-story, he's not even 4. So the problem I see running into is if you put these controls in, it really limits that physical space rather than someone wanting to do a smaller unit but a wider footprint. So I see a little problem there mathematically. I'm just going to assume that that might be allowed in the system if they go over FAR, if they have less than the number of floors designated or less than the step back, because they're 100% block, right? Which is easier construction if it's 100% square block. So I just want to make sure that all these designations, which is very complex, which you have different designations all the way up the line based on the placement and where it is and the shape of it, step backs and all that. Do we lose anything by setting the FARs at lower than the number of floors allowed? It always seems to be lower, except for maybe downtown. So I'm just asking because I haven't done the math, but it just seems to me.
Okay, let's get an answer.
Is the math going to work? Are we preventing a solid block that's shorter than what we are asking for by using the FARs, less than number of stories?
Well, I think what Simran was also, and even Councilmember, you mentioned it, there's a lot of other things that have to go into a development, right? Like you do have a, private open space requirement. Many don't require parking depending on where they're located, depending on what we end up doing with parking regulations. But what we've seen is the market and developers wanting parking, which then takes up some of the space on the lot. So we haven't seen a lot of solid 3-story blocks because once you integrate all those things, or an interior courtyard, or ways to step the building so more people have views through a view shed. There's all those kind of things that come with design that we haven't seen 3-story blocks. I think what Simran brings to the team is looking at what's that right balance between the height and the density and the FAR, which we've relied heavily on her experience and her expertise to guide us in that and do those, we talked about them as like fit tests, if you're going to have this density or if you're going to have this height, because height has been such a common theme throughout this process, but you want these increased densities, where do they all balance? So a lot of them are coming from that expertise in the consultant that the city hired to guide us.
Just as a check-in on that, the only area that I can see where I would like to see the FAR equal number of stories allowed might be the downtown, where you have small spots, right out to the edges of the property going straight up. That would be the one place where a square block might go. And if we're going to limit to 4 stories rather than allowing 6 or 8 stories, if we drop it down to 4 stories, we should allow FAR of 4 for a complete 100% block there, just like we have downtown all the other buildings.
Right, which is why you will see that on the land use standards, that in the downtown mixed use, it's a 4-story max, but it's a 4.0 FAR because of that context, because the development pattern you see in the downtown is the 100% lot coverage. You typically don't have parking on site for most buildings in our downtown core. So that was one of the reasons why you do see exactly that proposed.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try and push this forward. Did you want in on this? Yes.
Just a quick way in. So on the topic that Brian brought up, I was the thing that resonated with me was when you get to Petaluma. Thank you. When you get to Petaluma Boulevard North around Payran, some of those lots, to me, the step-down mixed use that it butts up against the train tracks, to me feels a little limiting. And so maybe to get to what Brian was getting at, I think, and I don't want to speak for him, but maybe looking at a different designation in that area that gives you that 4.0 FAR.
All right. I think I would like staff to weigh in on that comment.
I was trying to look at where the step back is required on those lots.
Yeah, so at Payran and Petaluma Boulevard North, the Lucky Shopping Center.
Yeah.
the back of it, it butts up against
The
the train
tracks.
tracks. And that's where, to me, that feels like limiting that, enforcing a step down may not make sense. And I'm just wondering if that section might be considered for making it more of a downtown. And I'm looking at, like you could see, so on the map, you're just past Lakeville, you have the downtown mixed use, and then it goes into the step down mixed use. But I'm not sure that on that, I guess it would be on the east side of Petaluma Boulevard. I'm not sure that that's necessary. So that's the suggestion.
And I see that. I think the thinking was because you have single family on the other side of the tracks there, the railroad tracks, but there is a distance there across tracks. So something that would be direction if we want to look at changing that to a different mixed use for that center.
Councilmember DeCarli.
I don't think that we know our infrastructure could handle increasing the density everywhere. We have reports tonight for what's been proposed as is, and we don't know that our infrastructure, our water, everything else can handle this, at max capacity. As you kind of touched on a little bit, we've already got the density bonus laws, Senate and Assembly bills, and that all overrides everything we're deciding here tonight if they can apply it, developers. I really think, and I've said this before, that we ought to be looking at every way possible to protect our town so that we can grow and develop the way that we want to and not the way that the state wants us to. And so if density is one way to protect ourselves, and I think that we kind of have the way things are, I don't think that we should be messing with that. And, in regarding kind of to what you said, Heather, is eliminating step down around areas of the railroad. I mean, you still do have houses all around there, and I think a lot of residents would be upset to find out that something huge is going to get built right next to them, and they live in a single family, 1-story home or 2 stories or whatever. They're going to have a giant shadow cast on them at some point. So I don't think that I don't think that's a decision we should be making here tonight. I think that should have come up a while ago if it was going to. But I think keeping the density the way that it is it's and two, it's this is also about the people who live here, right? And so if Petalumans, I don't think they're really being considered in some of this. Everybody that lives in a single family home or wherever, they're not being taken into consideration here if it's all about density. So yeah, I'm not in support of doing something like that.
Okay, good point. So I think we've kind of run a course on that one. Anybody want to kick off a new and different? Well, I will. So
I have other questions, but on other things.
Yes, we're moving to the next thing. Would you like to be our first next thing? Councilmember.
John's jumping at the bits here. John. Okay, moving on. With how we're proposing things, switching gears over to the CASA site, could, under this designation, could Brody Ranch be built at CASA?
Can you pull up the land use standards? And what type of housing is allowed? And it's neighborhood center, right? Yeah. So you'll see this in the land use standards, page 5. Looks at the different type of housing types that would be allowed. So in the neighborhood center, mixed use, single family detached are not allowed. So it would allow plex, it would allow townhomes, it would allow multifamily, but it wouldn't allow the single-family detached. Brody Ranch is a mix of condos and single-family detached. So no, not to that.
Yeah, so I didn't think so, but that's a concern that I have. I think when we talk about housing for Petaluma, particularly on the main transit corridors, the density is, I think trying to get density in those areas is great. And I think if we can get some better density over on that side, that's, I'm not opposed to adding some more density. I am a little concerned about, well, let me back up. I think we need a mix of housing in Petaluma. I think, and for me, Brody Ranch is a great example of a mixture of homes. You have some single-family homes, you have some plexes, you have some townhomes, and they're all mixed together. When we think about ideal residential neighborhoods, like that's something that's talked about, and I think something that's admired. And I think, so as I sort of try to think about what would be built there as a, community center mixed use, right? With how it's designed, I'm a little concerned that we might be incentivizing a Deer Park where you've got apartment buildings next to some retail, some retail that may not be an ideal fit there. And an alternative might be a Brody Ranch style neighborhood. And again, I'm more about I would love to see it be a well-planned mixed use where you've got some businesses in there and homes. And I think that would really be ideal. But I would also be really excited if we had a Brody Ranch style project that was proposed for that site as an alternative. And I wouldn't want to disincentivize that. And I'm a little concerned about prohibiting it.
So the mini center mixed use has a slightly lower minimum density, the same maximum density, same FAR, and the same maximum height.
And it supports business.
You can have commercial or residential. It allows small lot, single family detached. So that would allow more flexibility to have a detached product potentially. I'm just going to throw one other nuance into the Casa Grande specifically. It's owned by the school district. There are a number of things when the school district wants to do it, they do not have to follow local regulations. So I want to be clear because theoretically, if the school district, if what they wanted to build met those thresholds, and I can't recite those thresholds to you, but it's about them being for the school. And so I think that some teacher or staff housing could fall under that. Mm-hmm. It could be something that could come in without a local process that would go through the state and the state architects. So I want to just have that nuance because
sure.
Just
no, I
disclosure.
No, I get that, and I can appreciate that. Is it possible that CASA would sell the land to a developer, and the developer would come forward with a project?
So
is that something like? And again, I'm kind of new at this, so I'm just.
So
asking because
I don't. I in no way want to speak for the school district. What I understand is that's not what they're thinking they're going to do with the property based on some of the bonds for the school district. That doesn't mean it couldn't change or there couldn't be an evolution of that thinking, but they have some plans for that site as part of that, the bonds that were approved. So,
would changing it to a mini center would that prohibit the school district from doing what they want to do?
I do not believe so. It's pretty similar to neighborhood center mixed use when I'm looking at the standards, except for it allows a slightly lower density down to 12, but it allows the same maximum density, same FAR, same maximum height. Although it does require a step down to 2 stories along the rear and sides, where neighborhood center mixed use does not require that.
The density piece, I'm a little less concerned about it here. I'm less concerned about a 12 minimum, only using Deer Creek as an example. Right now, Deer Creek is 59 units. It was approved 59 units on 5-point-something acres. And that works out to be something around 11.3, a density of, 11.3 units per acre. And that already feels, am I mistaken on that? Because if I'm saying something wrong, I want to know. But it's like 59 units on 5.6 acres.
Are we talking at the Deer Creek Shopping Center?
Sorry, not Deer Creek. It's Creekwood Housing. So right across the street from Creekwood Housing.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I was thinking Deer Creek. I think it's like one.
I was getting the deer in the headlight look.
Okay, I'm following.
Yeah. So in that neighborhood, Creekwood at 11.3 already feels, for those people, pretty snug. And so I'm not so concerned about a minimum of 12 for the mini center for the Casa lot. Again, we're talking about something that's on the southeast side of town. It's not near transit. And I think it would be more conducive for that neighborhood. And again, it may not matter for the school district, but if they could, if the mini center designation wouldn't prevent them from being able to do something, I would advocate to make a change.
So adding into that for a heartbeat, can we presuppose that any school development would engage a developer and have option on property and get entitlement under school liberty and so be entitled under the liberties that the schools have rather than under the code strictly?
I don't know the nuance of what they're allowed to do with the state. I believe they recently put in some new classrooms at the front of that site.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought they had.
Oh, okay.
It's not on the site. I think that's separated from the 18 acres. Yes. That was still owned and intentionally was part of the school.
So I didn't, like something like that. We don't see a building permit for that.
No, for school purpose, sure. But I was just thinking about the 2 times that they sold already. In 2008 or whenever they took an option on the property and then pursued a development application, and the contractor walked away. Development company walked away and defaulted their option money over to the school. It would be the same. All I'm suggesting is that it wouldn't be sold and then subject to our rules. It would be optioned, and they take the benefit of whatever process gains they get by being at the state. So I'm not worried that they would get to do whatever the heck they want to do. more kind of, sort of. So, Councilmember Shribs.
Just on that particular site, maybe three things I want to think about. The first one is that is one of the larger open space vacant lot sites that we have available in the city. And we have looked at that and designated it. We really want that as a 15-minute community site with services, not just 100% housing. So if we really want to make that a full statement, we need to put that in with the purpose of becoming a 15-minute community site with services. And really recommend, even though it's owned by the school, that is what we would like to see happen on that site. So that's my just first as a comment. I think I don't want to allow 100% housing on that site, even if they want it. But we can talk about that later when they actually make the proposal. The other things about that site, when bringing up any large site like that in the city, and then talking about the square footage per unit at 2,800. Now, here's my thing. There's, besides the mobile homes we have now, there's a possible new thing that might be called tiny home communities. Also, there's ADUs involved here. So on lot sizes, the state allows an ADU to be built, and then if a city so chooses, the city can allow that property to be subdivided into a separate property. So now we're talking about ADUs with a square footage of 500 square foot as a separate property, which is way below the 2,800. Will that be impacted by our limitations? And if someone wants to build a tiny home community, again, with 300 to 500, 700 square foot homes on a 1,000 square foot lot, and put in 10 of these units or more within a small little area, which is nice profit for a developer to come in and do that. Are we preventing that? I want to make sure that that's allowed. So even at the Casa Grande site, if a portion of it could be tiny home community, a very high profitable type thing per land unit, that our 2,800 square foot prevents that. So I'm hoping we don't put too much limitations. If we allow that in those type of communities, ADUs and tiny home communities.
Okay, so that's a question for staff here. And do you want to paraphrase? You got it.
Yeah. With a lot of these kind of different configurations, we do have a policy about novel configurations and more flexibility to ensure that we're not prohibiting those, like the tiny home villages, those kind of things. So we do have policy language in the general plan that calls that out to make sure we're accommodating that in our zoning code, and that we have some flexibility for the things that maybe we don't know are coming, but we want to facilitate as another housing option.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not preventing.
Okay, back over to Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I thought we had this conversation the last time around, is that all of that area is within a 15-minute walk of a town center that's already existing in the area. So why aren't we talking about building that town center up? And why are we talking about using property that we could be using for high-density housing is what we need? And why are we talking about a tiny home village in an area? And I'm just confused why we're talking about it being this mixed use, or a use for retail when there is one within 15-minute walk. It just seems like we have something there. Why aren't we wanting to enhance
And I'll bring it
that
back
first?
to Councilmember Quint.
Yeah, my thought on it is if a developer wants to come in and create housing with some mixed-use business, we should create that flexibility. If a developer wants to come in and create another Brody Ranch, we should have that flexibility, because I think that's a great neighborhood, and that's the kind of missing middle housing that we need. And I understand the aversion to single-family homes, but the McKenna neighborhood is a great application for where it's at. And so over there, I just want to create the flexibility to continue that kind of development if it were to work out.
So I'm going to try and ask for a quick straw poll on what we're thinking here.
I just want to chime in just
Go
quick.
ahead.
When you're talking about Brody Ranch, there's the townhouses and then there's the homes. So they're not really integrated.
Sure they are.
I would think
They're-
that, I
Oh,
understand.
sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
I mean, if I'm looking at a neighborhood like that, it would be nice if you could have like multi-housing mixed in with single units instead of the separation out. That's all that's just
Yeah,
my
I'm
thought.
using.
And let's
that's in
bring
design.
another voice in, Councilmember DeCarly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mini center makes sense. You know, he kind of helps preserve the character of that neighborhood. It's right there next to the school. You know, I think something like that would make sense there. And I understand too about what we've just learned about, you know, schools and liberties that they can take in development. But I think mini centers is a better application.
Okay, so again, I'm going to try and do a little quick straw poll. Do you need to weigh in, or can I? Oh, the Vice Mayor has the floor.
I'm chomping at the bit here. The commercial sites next to schools don't work. We already learned that with Kenilworth Junior High students walking in to what used to be G&G is now Safeway, and it doesn't work. So I asked the question before the meeting, is there any mixed use next to schools? And I believe the answer was no. But this property, Councilmember Cater Thompson is correct. We have two struggling centers at the end of Casa Grande and Lakeville and McDowell, which are struggling. It's this big box that has been dented canned foods. It's been a gym. It's been numerous gyms, and it's empty right now. So we need to help that. And it's got a cleaners, it's got a vet, it's got restaurants, it's got a deli, it's got a lot of services and salons. So then on the other side of the freeway, we have another struggling commercial shopping center. And it's always running through tenants. But the Casa Grande site, can you remind us historically what it was before that developer backed out? It was a very unique, high-density, neighborhood-friendly. It was going to be for, it was probably 2007, and then the recession hit in 2009. So it wasn't zippered lots. It was very unique.
I've only been here
Can't
since
remember.
2010.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Sorry, I wish I could find my notes from that year.
I was there at the time. I was teaching at Casa Grande High School, and I remember mostly it was 3-story condos for the entire site, very high density throughout. That's what was originally proposed.
It was single-family homes, but they were like zippered, but the driveways were, you didn't see the driveways.
Let's remember,
You
they
just saw the
defaulted
front
twice on
porches.
two different proposals.
Okay.
It could both, you're right. Let's bring back, our planning director wanted to weigh in.
So I also wasn't here, but I wanted to refer to the current designation, which is the medium density, and so that is very similar to what we're experiencing up and down Casa. So I suspect that was a starting point. We'd have to go back into the files, but everything I've heard about that site in the past has always been similar density and development that we're seeing up and down the boulevard. And I wanted to chime in and answer, or at least provide a response to your initial question about what we're doing for the other strip malls down, the commercial centers. Each time we ask a struggling business or a successful business, what's the best thing we can do to help? It's increasing foot traffic. So in one perspective, by adding more density, by adding more ability to have, the foot traffic that happens in and around the centers makes it more successful. So that's literally the question that we ask when we're confronted with this. I shop at basically every single one of those. but we don't have the density around there really to be sustainable, and that's one way that the general plan is.
So we have a long run yet tonight. I want to try and see if we can. So on this parcel, we're now discussing between the existing mixed use that's in the documents or a different mixed use that might do a different thing for the residential density and the style. Both of them would allow, but would not require commercial or anything other than residential. You could be 100% residential in those, correct?
Well, no, because it's identified as a neighborhood center. So you'll remember the recommendation from the General Plan Advisory Committee that in those areas that are identified as neighborhood centers, not to have them be 100% residential, which doesn't mean it has to be retail. There are other things that could, so for instance, school facilities or a performing arts center or those kind of things that kind of create third places in a neighborhood. It's not just retail.
Okay, so we have two competing mixed-use facilities on the table, and I'd like to take a quick poll down the council of whether the lighter, can we call it that?
The mini center, just so we know, it doesn't reduce density. The only thing different that it does is it allows for small lot, single-family homes to be built intermingled with other units if a proposal came through like that.
Okay, so that's your suggestion, your advocacy.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrim's in for that, or staying on the higher density of the two?
At this point, go in any which way at this point.
Councilmember DeCarli?
Well, I'm saying it doesn't really change that, the density. But, I mean, it just allows more flexibility.
Councilmember Barnacle?
This is between neighborhood center mixed use and mini center mixed use?
Yeah.
I mean, as it currently would be, I would go with mini center mixed use because of the flexibility. But I think this is just another example, just to get on my soapbox again, of why we're like not being ambitious enough when there's things are, so damn close that like you can flip a coin and it's basically the same thing. Like more flexibility.
So you'd like to have it as a more dense than neighborhood? And because what I heard here was these two would like more dense too. So.
Yeah, we've got a struggling shopping center right down the street. I would think that we would want to put more people there. Teachers need housing. Everybody needs housing. I'm not opposed to the small lot single family concept that Frank brought up either. But I think that those are some of the things that I'm struggling with when I look at these designations, I suppose.
Can I make a proposal for getting out of this, maybe?
Yeah.
This is one of those sites, they talked about flex.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those sites that, since it's owned by the school district, we basically call it just flex, which lets them do whatever they want to do with it at this point. And so see what they come up with.
I think a lot of us would rather have some certainty that the density minimums that we're talking about would like to be in there. Has staff got a path?
I'm sorry, that just took a left turn. Are we talking about going to flex instead of?
Okay, so Councilmember Barnacle has on the table, what's the next more dense location? And Councilmember Shriv said, would flex do all that for us? And
so flex does not allow 100% residential. So yes, it's a lot more density. It goes up to 75 units per acre and 6 stories in height. But it does not allow 100% residential. The flex designation, if you look at the intent and description, future designation when appropriate for sites currently designated historic agricultural support that allow all uses except heavy industrial. So it's not really the intent of the flex to be used in an area like this, but.
Can I make just one more plea here? Really what I'm after is, I think Brody Ranch, with its mixture of single-family, small lot, duplexes, triplexes, apartments in that same area, is a really nice neighborhood. And with this current designation, and by the way, the same developers that developed Brody Ranch developed McKenna, and they're the ones that are on the books for Deer Creek. So it's not inconceivable that they could bring that there.
You have advocated this point. I'm going to try and get to Councilmember.
I'll support it if we can go to 40, if we move the mini center to 45 units per acre. I like the flexibility, I just want more opportunity.
And I'm going to ask staff, doesn't that upset the apple cart to change all the densities at this point, given how many different places? If we change mini to 45, doesn't that have ramifications down the road to everything else we're doing?
Well, everything that mini center, I don't know how much it changes the, studies that are underway. Is that what you were referring to? The other option is you could allow small lot, single family in neighborhood center mixed use that's another lever. Not for the density wise, but for the other discussion. For the diversity.
Right, I'm saying there's a compromise to be made here where we increase the density and we get the small lot single families. And I think we could probably get 4 votes for that, so.
Is changing that, is the neighborhood,
I'm going to let Ron answer that.
is there enough neighborhood stuff, enough neighborhood zoning stuff that it would be a problem going to 45 in other projects in this zone?
So just so I'm clear, you're suggesting for just mini center or for both mini center and neighborhood center mixed use, increasing the maximum density to 45 dwelling units per acre?
I'm suggesting the mini center, but I would do the neighborhood too, but right now I'm bartering over the mini center.
That's not an easy question to answer on the fly. The challenge being that the designation is applied across many different lots citywide, so I don't know off the top of my head how that would shift.
Just to give some context around density, folks, can I just the Mid-Penn project at 414 Petaluma Boulevard is 67 units per acre. The La Villa apartments are 47 units per acre, right? So when we're talking at 30 units per acre, we're talking at half of what the Mid-Penn project was built at, less than half of what the Mid-Penn project was built at, and 2/3 of what we're seeing in La Villa, right? We're not talking about skyscrapers here. We're talking about homes for people.
So again, I think, does anybody have a problem with that idea of going to 45?
Yes.
McCarley. Okay. Wait a second. Let's bring in Mrs. Carley first.
No, John can go first.
2 things. First off, there is several thousand homes that are east of Eli in District 3 there that are not within walking distance of any services of shopping of any sort, restaurants or anything. It's much longer than 15 minutes from that whole section there to go anywhere. So that's the reason why it needs to be a 15-minute community center. And that we're talking about 18 acres and not a small acreage of 4 or 5 or 6 acres. It's 18 acres. And that high density on 18 acres, there's no way that's going to work on that road system out there to have that much density.
Okay, so no one's talking about removing the 15-minute designation yet. And let me bring it back, is that these densities are not required, they're maximums, they're minimums. If we go to 45, he's saying if we take 15-minute center for commercial and keep that 45, it gets really dense.
So I'm looking at mini center mixed use. Mini center mixed use is used in a lot of areas where literally there's a little node dropped in an existing neighborhood. So that's why it was the lowest intensity, because it's dropped in within existing neighborhoods. The neighborhood center mixed use, it gets bigger. if you look at where those are, they're larger parcels. They're generally like, it's along East Washington, or it is out by Cinnabar on Magnolia Avenue. So they're a little bit bigger. They're a little bit more located, it looks like, on corridors, major corridors. And that's why it doesn't have things like the step down to 2 stories within 25 feet of the rear and side. So they're like a graduated. So I don't know if I answered any question, but just the intent there is that graduation. So if the neighborhood center isn't right, does that mean the neighborhood center isn't right anywhere, or we should pick a different designation for the Casa Grande site to allow higher density, but stay with that graduated hierarchy?
Yes, Councilmember Kate.
I prefer to change the designation for this particular site.
To what?
I don't know. We can talk about what to what, but I think we need more density.
Okay.
And I go along with the higher density on that site.
We can't get both things happening at the same time. So, are we allowing the housing in that we're talking about? And if we then try and do that designation, it applies to parcels that it wouldn't be appropriate to later. So, we don't want to individually zone each parcel for what's best on that parcel.
This site is a little bit different because it's a school site. We don't have as much control over it. And I think this could be taken out. And I also want to talk about, when we talk about 15-minute, neighborhoods, it's not going to happen everywhere in this town. There's a lot of areas that aren't going to have 15-minute neighborhoods because it's just cookie-cutter houses everywhere, and it's just not going to happen. And I don't want to be in the position of having a center that we want to increase the foot traffic, and now we're just going to decrease it by putting another center somewhere. I mean, we're just trading off, and we're not accomplishing what we really always talk about, which is we need housing.
So since this is a school property and has a vast amount of latitude, I'm going to suggest we are not in agreement on any part of this, of the whole here, and we should adopt as is and see what the school brings in with their broad latitude. And since we were started early so we wouldn't get to midnight, I'm looking for either. So this is voting round, straw poll, and my suggestion is leave it is. That's the vote we're voting on. Leave it is, as is, and understand that latitude comes with the school's proposal, which is not our prerogative.
Just a quick point of clarification, leave as is as we're proposing, or the existing?
No, I'm sorry. The proposal on the table. Okay, so.
Well, could it be as is versus a mini center?
Yes, right. Leave it the way they propose it, knowing that they're going to do whatever they want to do anyway. So why are we going to be here till midnight if they're going to do whatever they want to do? And so let's start a straw poll. Is that a yay or a nay? Hands up for yes. Hands down means the motion doesn't pass and we keep talking. So hands up is leave it the way the report calls out. Okay. So since that motion of leave it alone didn't work, somebody see if they can get a second from the opposite wing. You can't have a second from the same side because it's just 3 versus 3 here.
Sure. Can I get so going with mini center mixed use offers a little more flexibility with the same flexibility. Sorry, with the same.
I'm sorry, I understand the definition that's in there.
So
Make
can
the
I have a
proposal.
second?
But that's
The proposal is to change
it to mini center.
To mini center.
I'll second it.
No, the rule is it's got to come from the side that objects, so you get a fourth. You 3 are going to do that thing. These 3 similarly are going to do that thing. So is there a second over here for change it straight away to mini center?
I'll second it with a friendly amendment to increase the mini center density to 45 units per acre.
Knowing that it's going to apply to many other properties where it's inappropriate.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that.
Is that a doable thing?
think we just did that.
But I mean, that drastically changes that land use designation.
Yes.
So, and that drastically changes every other spot in town that's going to be mini center.
Yes. So if we have a motion and a second on a straw poll, and so if you're in favor of the Frank and Brian
But we don't know what kind
amendment,
of impact that's going to be in hundreds of more cars.
So
and sites.
So to that point, I don't want to go down the path of, thank you, Alex. I don't want to go down the path of trying to change mini center mixed use all over town and have us get into a drug out conversation.
so you don't have a second then?
So if we don't have a second, that's fine. I think it's a missed opportunity, but.
Is that the end of discussion? So lacking an alternate proposal, we're not modifying the document presented to us tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. These are tricky. This is a lot of big thoughts here. All right, so I think we had other specific areas we wanted to discuss. That anybody with another thought on the table?
Yeah.
Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, another one is, especially for the downtown area, but could be applied throughout the entire city, is when you put the limits on the housings, the FAR and everything, and someone builds up to the max. What's happening in Europe is that they're activating the roofs. So whether it be a green roof, an observation deck, a little athletic type of center where there are little exercise machines.
I'm going to push this to be concise.
Concise. So can we, so in these designations of 4 stories or height on the roofs, can we either recommend or allow, probably not require, but recommend or allow somehow, that roof activation is a bonus or an addition to the height or to the number of floors?
So if we just focus on downtown, we're at 4.0 FAR, 4 stories, 45 feet in height. One way we could potentially do that is in our zoning code. There's exceptions, because what I'm hearing is an activated rooftop that exceeds the height limit for a very specific reason. That could be written, expanded. We already have an exception section in our zoning code. So an activated rooftop bar or space would not count towards the height. That's one way you could
Right,
do
that's what I'm suggesting, if we can get that some either zoning or codes or in the design system. But
do you see a path to that?
In the zoning code, yes.
Yeah, so we would probably want to add a policy in the general plan that sets that forth to allow rooftop activation through zoning code amendment. It would be adding a policy.
Can I make that a motion to be?
Is that part of the land use designations, or is it a different day, a different way?
It is part of the general plan, not the land use standards.
So I think what you're doing is providing direction to staff, or suggesting that we straw poll again for that effort, and it would come into a policy they write in the general plan rather than the resolution that's going on tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
Not just in the downtown. Make that citywide. I think we want.
Yes, I would want it to be citywide, so it could be done anywhere.
And it's totally discretionary because it needs. It's the action. We just said it required what action?
So I think the direction is add a policy in the general plan to for an amendment to the zoning code to allow height exceptions to facilitate rooftop activation.
But how does that get done? To get done in a CUP? Does it get done in a?
Depends on what we decide as part of the zoning code.
Okay, so you're going to bring that back to us. We don't have to sort that out tonight. And I'm going to go to a straw poll. If you're in favor of Councilmember Shrib's idea of activating rooftops per the direction, can I see a show of hands? Those in favor, raise your hand. So it looks like we got 6 to 7. That's an idea to bring back to us at a later date. And anyone who else has comments on tonight's presentation and items? Councilor Shribs.
Okay, just going back, Spring Hill School. I've been there. I was a guest teacher there once. I was there for the leadership class, which is really good to go to. But they've been very successful, and they've grown over the years, and the site is limited in space. There is a possibility they could actually grow and get bigger and bigger and need a new location. They may want to trade with another school. So what the concern is, if we designated an education site, because originally it was a church site, are we preventing them from selling it, if moving to a bigger site and preventing them from selling it to do something else?
So, yeah, is that a simple yes, no?
There's always general plan amendments. The general plan is a living document. As needs change over the next 25 years, that could happen, that there could be a general plan amendment.
So can I ask, is that their request to go educational?
Yes.
So we could honor their request, even though they may incur a difficulty from the request they initiated.
That's fine, as long as, so if someone wanted to turn it back into a church and they moved out, it could be done, as long as that's possible, I'm okay.
Is that one of our discussion points for tonight, is what are we going to do about Spring Hill in North Webster?
Yeah, it is a.
So I'm going to ask for a poll. Does anybody have a problem with allowing North Webster to go per the property owner's request? All those in favor say aye. Thank you. It looks like we have a majority on that. You have a list? Do you want to keep going?
Sure. There was a comment about making 8 stories around the station. That was brought up, whether to do that or not. And I think if we put the limit at 6 stories, it's possible that someone might come in using state law to make it 8 stories at that point. So I think we need to keep it to a maximum of 6 stories for sure in that zone, and say, oh,
Can I
if you
ask
want
for
to make it
other
7.
comments on
So that would be a comment based on, so no station zone at 8 stories. I don't want to see a.
Let's see how the rest of the council feels on it. Anybody want to comment, weigh in?
I got a comment. I'm just, when we're talking about this, nothing's been built there. So I'm just not even convinced that we're sticking with the same number that we have today and nothing's been built. So maybe nothing will ever be built.
Okay, good comment.
It'll look
Appreciate
like that.
I mean, I would support bringing the station area designation back. I think Planning Commission made a good point. The Generation Housing made a good point. We say we want to be pro-housing. I think it's exactly where we say we want housing, so I'm supportive.
Other comments on this before I straw poll this out? Councilman DeCarli?
I just think that land use designation is nonsense for Petaluma. I think that kind of changes the fundamentals of who we are as a city. I have other comments on it, but if we're going to straw poll on it,
Let's find out. Straw poll goes first, yeah. So was the Planning Commission suggested that we go back to the other, and the other was allowing 8? Is that what?
The Planning Commission's recommendation to the council was to reconsider their previous direction, which was to eliminate station mixed use, which, can you pull that up for me? Station mixed use allowed the designation standards. The intent was very high density mixed use development adjacent to the transit hubs like smart stations. It did not allow standalone commercial. It did not allow standalone residential. It required vertical mixed use. It did not allow horizontal mixed use. So really the intent was very true mixed use. 60 to 125 units per acre, 5.0 FAR, and a maximum height of 8 stories. A minimum ground floor active use, 0.25 FAR, so requiring some ground floor activation. That was the previous proposal that came to you as part of the briefing book from the General Plan Advisory Committee. Planning Commission is asking you to reconsider adding that back into the mix.
So we understand it. My only pushback on that is with state densities and everything, if we say 6, we get 8, allowable. But the developer knows he walks in. He doesn't have to have us saying 8, because if he wants to build 8, he gets the density bonus that gets him from 6 to 8. Councilmember Barnacle.
We say we want to be pro-housing. There's no pro-housing organization that would say, set your standards based on what you think and plus assume state density bonus law. They say certainty in every step of the process, give me clarity. And so I really, if we want to be pro-housing, like the way we talk about it, the way we approach our policy making does not say, and then layer state density bonus on and like what your worst fears are and then back from that. It says set it with what you want to see and get it going, because the density bonus law could be just as well used on something like, weird outdoor spaces or, window finishings or whatever, it's like, we don't know what it's going to be, but we shouldn't be setting our, using the worst potential thing that we can think of in our head and then backing back from that with using state density bonus law. That's literally that's the worst that we could be doing right now. That's not being visionary, it's being reactionary and fear-based. And I just really encourage us not to do that.
Gotcha. Councilmember DeCarli?
I mean, we've met our numbers with what's proposed currently, right?
Correct. We showed capacity for 6-cycle housing element, RENA, under existing.
So, I mean, we're already there. Why would we want to even increase that? I mean, I think honestly, if anything, right there, anywhere, we shouldn't be going up to 6 stories anyway. I think it should be less than that. I don't expect to gain significant support on that, but I mean, I think we should again be protecting ourselves from these density bonus laws and other Senate and Assembly bills, and we've met our numbers. Okay. So I don't think we should be increasing that rate in the center there.
Good point. So we know what the staff has asked us to weigh in on that Planning Commission recommendation, which is to put that zoning back in, and we should be aware of that zoning back in is an 8-story allowance.
Correct. Just for clarification, the land use designation.
Thank you.
Not zoning, but
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep me honest. So again, straw poll. If you support what the Planning Commission has recommended back to us about adding that station area back in at 8 and allowing the 8 stories, please raise your hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is a yes on that. And I agree with you, it's bold, and I agree when you do bold things, you're going to catch some flack. So let's see, what are the other...
Can I ask one clarifying question here? So straw poll was to add that back in as a land use designation. Do we also add it back to the map? So that what that just did is add it as one of the land use designations. You'll remember that in the briefing book there was a proposal, and maybe Ron can find it really quickly, I don't know, where on that parcel adjacent to the SMART-owned parcel, that was where the station mixed use was proposed. So my question is...
You're saying what parcels to apply this
are we
new
just
land use
creating
to?
the designation for use in the future, or are we applying it to parcels on the map as part of this process?
Planning Commission's recommendation?
I think it's probably the latter, but they didn't specify. They just reconsider this, but without it being applied on the map, that certainty that Councilmember Barnacle was talking about it's not there on the map.
So are we saying apply that? We have 5 votes for that. We're saying apply it to the SMART-owned parcel and the adjoining haystack, or just the SMART-owned?
It was just proposed on the SMART-owned parcel, and I think it wasn't even a full coverage. I think it was like a U shape.
It was the full parcel, I think. It's the U shape right now.
But, okay. Does anybody object to this one we just included being assigned to only the SMART parcel and completely that SMART parcel? Okay, and sensing no one who voted for putting that land use back in has said they objected to it being applied to the SMART. That we all hearing each other?
I think it should be applied to the SMART parcel.
Thank you.
Full parcel.
Full parcel. Good. So
What about the CVS parcel?
let's back away. I think we've done a deal here for the SMART parcel, and now the councilwoman has asked what the zoning is, or what the land use is on the Payless CVS across the way.
CVS parcel, I think it is the, no, proposed. I think it's the urban core mixed use.
It's a mix of urban core and town center. So the frontage is 75 units, but the back part, the bulk of the property is actually only 55 units.
Per acre.
Yeah, I propose that we apply the urban corridor mixed use to the whole parcel.
Is the designation such that it tapers down into a lighter use further from the station?
Yeah, so if memory serves, I was trying to find the slides. I couldn't find it at my fingertips. But if memory serves, though, the intent was to follow roughly the Central Petaluma specific plan boundaries. And I'll just share a screen really quickly to show you.
No.
And those are not, it does not include the entire parcel. It's the street frontages and the station frontage. Give me a second.
Shouldn't we have the whole area the same and not just look at the SMART property? It just seems like we should look at the whole.
If memory serves, the intent was, sorry, why is it not? Sorry.
Because it was considered a lateral, I think this was an area that was lateral, so the areas that were T6 were designated as urban core mixed use, and the areas that are currently T5 were town center mixed use. I will point out that in the town center mixed use, it's 4 stories up to 6 stories with planning commission approval. So it does allow up to 6 stories, but it is a lower density. It goes to 55 instead of 95.
Okay. We're kind of settled there, Councilman DeCarli?
I mean, I don't think it's right to start looking at other properties like that, especially if the owners haven't been noticed, or are included in this conversation at all. And I kind of think it's funny that we're even, everybody's deepest, darkest desires are coming out tonight, when we've had all these workshops to discuss this stuff. And here we are in the final minutes talking about it, and I think this is the kind of thing, this is why the community doesn't trust the council necessarily or the city, is we're doing all this stuff right now, almost 9:30 at night, making these really big changes or proposing them and throwing them out there. And I don't think this is right to do.
I hear you,
this.
and I understand. And in the item, we were talking about specific parts, and that came from Planning Commission, and were kind of noticed out for who's doing what potential changes. I like the idea of keeping it towards just what things were discussed in the staff reports. And you had a separate comment? Yes.
Maybe we should just go with the staff report and just not even have the meeting.
We
do have a right to actually make comments.
True.
And
Absolutely.
This is not deep and dark. This is what we're supposed to be doing, and we're looking at the whole picture. I mean, the Central Specific Plan has a lot of flaws in it. And that's why we are not moving forward with development because we have so many of these specific plans here and there, and they're all different. I mean, across the street from where Theater Square is, that's going to be different. I mean, but that's no different. That's a boulevard. And the boulevard should be actually consistent on both sides instead of one side being different than the other because it's a different plan. Well, maybe the plan is the problem. And we're fighting these plans, and that's what we're supposed to be doing with the general plan, is to actually make things maybe a little bit more consistent instead of having 50 different plans that really don't give us what we're looking for. That's my opinion.
We do have a lot of plans. I would concur with that.
Yes, and they're inconsistent.
So
They're outdated.
Outdated and inconsistent.
we addressed the North Webster Spring Hill issue. Does staff need a second?
No.
So the direction was clear?
On the Spring Hill? Yes.
No, on the SMART.
So what I heard was recreate the smart station mixed use and apply it to the entire smart station.
Okay.
Smart parcel, sorry.
Is that like 3 blocks?
No, that's one. It's between
Copeland.
D and Washington and Copeland to the
Tracks.
little, the little road that runs by the art center and train station.
But it doesn't go to the bridge?
No.
Okay.
Are we ready for the next item?
So I would say then the parcels that abut that are currently zoned as urban core mixed use, like the CVS shopping center, for example, and the area between Weller and Copeland could similarly become urban core mixed use, and just really try and provide more opportunity in that area to build.
So that was, we're looking at the briefing book. So that was an alternative that was considered, was the grocery outlet part of the shopping center Haystack, and then the CVS parcel was originally one of the alternatives was urban core mixed use. And then, was this the recommendation? This was what was recommended to council.
And I thought we took that. That's why I'm sort of stunned to see that it's not that, because I'm pretty sure that when we looked, we weren't, we got rid of the 8 stories. I remember I was a little disappointed at that, but it was fine because the stuff that was around it was still zoned higher than the town center mixed use, which town center mixed use is 55 units per acre, and that's literally you can hit the train station with a rock if you throw from some of those parcels.
So do we want to go back to what was in the briefing book in terms of the urban core mixed use? Can you share that so they can be clear on?
Is this a share screen situation?
Yeah. So this was an alternative that was proposed in the briefing book, but that there was changed direction by the council. Was there another alternative, Ron? Or was this a recommendation? Okay.
I propose we go back to that.
Does T5 exist? T5 and T6, they still exist?
Yes, there's zoning districts in the
Okay.
SMART code.
So I'm looking at grocery outlet, here's T5.
It's currently T5.
Right.
This alternative that had been considered had proposed to change it to urban core mixed use, which is T6. more akin to T6.
I'm looking at the grocery outlet's a lavender color, and it says T5 in the center, and it says no change.
I think that's actually the area that is the Exchange Bank and the Dollar Tree. That section would stay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that become in this scenario?
In this scenario, that's the the town center mixed use.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Councilmember DeCarli.
If I remember right, back when we discussed this, we intensified some other areas in exchange to keep this low at the same time. But I'm also wondering too. It was, I think it was almost unanimous when we decided to keep it at limited to 6 stories back then, and with very little discussion or compelling reason tonight, only on the basis of that it was a recommended discussion for council. How we're so quickly everybody's flipping to go back to that, or go back on what we decided, as a council. So I don't understand the shift in dynamic, because there's been no compelling argument tonight as to why it's necessary.
Mayor McDonald, I don't think that people are shifting. I think that people, I know for myself, I've been really thinking about this since we made the decisions the last time, and I feel like some of them just weren't the best for the long term of the city. This is till 2050.
And
It's
the
a
added
long
input
term
of the
out.
Planning Commission.
And the Planning Commission, and I think we need to listen
Yeah,
and not be so rigid.
Good point. I'm going to bring it back down to Councilmember Shribs and say, any feedback on this right now. I want to close the door before you get a chance to.
If we're going to go to a 8-story on the train station, we need to step down. And if we're going to go with 8 there, 6 is a step down, so that it looks like a community of buildings, not just a single phalanx symbol sitting in the middle of our town. So to step it down, you're going to have a couple 6 stories around it, so it doesn't look so ugly. So I go at this point, if you're going with 8 there, you better go with 6 nearby.
That it all is 6, so I just want to be clear. The urban core mixed use and the town center mixed use both have a maximum of 6 stories.
So is there a need to make a change?
Yeah, it's
density.
It's significantly more
density
density.
range.
This is literally, this is what transit-oriented development is.
Right. So
I was trying to address Councilmember Shribs that 8 stories is not being I don't think outside of the smart station.
Right.
It's the nuance is more in the density.
Gotcha. Okay.
Heather, is it SB 79 that was the one that was developed for station areas to basically steamroll local stuff and go up to, was it 8 stories? Start right there? 7 or 8 stories? Okay, 7. And is that not applicable to our train station area?
No, it is not applicable. If you look on, I can't remember if it's MTC's website or the SB 79 where it landed and was approved only applies to, I think it's like Alameda County or Santa Clara County.
Yeah, they pulled out
It
Tier
doesn't-
3 stops,
Yeah.
which took out Sonoma and Marin County from it.
Okay, so they're deciding that amount of density and height is not necessary around our train station.
They
or is it
decided
suggesting-
that SB 79 doesn't apply to Sonoma County.
Okay, so because they don't feel that it's necessary. So why would we be then saying we need to go denser and higher?
Okay, I think everybody's had a chance to weigh in.
I'm not
on-
sure if that's what they're saying.
I
think
agree.
it was a political reason.
It was
why
lots of
it went that
politics
way.
in that. So, Heather, can you capture what the proposal is, which is the change of SMART plus, I think beyond that? Is that what we're saying?
So
Or-
I think we had one conversation, which there was a majority on the straw poll to reintroduce the station mixed-use land use designation and apply it to the SMART parcel. That's one, and there was a straw poll. I believe there is another motion, informal motion on the table to go back to this modified alternative one, which would make the CVS parcel, the Haystack parcel, and part of what I call the Golden Eagle Shopping Center, but just because I cannot remember the new name of the shopping center, urban core mixed use instead of town center mixed use.
And that doesn't change the height, it changes the density in that little switcheroo we're talking about.
Correct.
So, A, does everybody understand what the proposal, the straw poll on the table is?
I'm not quite. Can you say again what the two densities is different? So they're both 6 stories, but the density is what and what?
Can you pull up the designation standards? So it doesn't matter. The urban core mixed use is for high density mixed use commercial and civic areas of regional importance. It does not allow 100% residential. It goes from 50 to 95 units per acre, a maximum height of 6 stories, a maximum FAR of 4 stories. So that's what the proposal is to go to. As it was currently proposed, it was a mix of that and town center mixed use, which is major destinations that include a robust combination of uses, including regional and local commercial as well as residential. It would have allowed 100% residential, 30 to 55 units per acre, 3.0 FAR, up to 4.0 with PC approval to correlate with a 4-story max height with the ability for Planning Commission to approve an additional 2 stories up to 6 stories.
With that clarity, straw poll, those who want to take it to the proposed, to change what staff report included to that prior that we were looking at and that Heather captured, raise your hand. Okay. To urban core from town center. Yes, good, done. I'm going to try and pivot a little bit here. Staff made a great presentation about the transport area. Does anybody have a feeling about the transport line item? Then I think we're accepting the staff report suggestion. On Western, this is property owner input, and the property owner suggested not doing what we're got in front of us. Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay. I mean, I don't like it because I think it would be cool to have stuff there, but the property owner doesn't want that. I'm willing to. So
I have some comments.
Oh, okay. Good comment.
Yeah, so I was reached out to by that property owner and some others who, in the last week, received a letter basically saying that, this is what we're doing and your land use may change. Well, let me back up first because I did have a specific question about that. How was it that it even came to be that land use might change if the property owner didn't request it? Who requested that?
So there was multiple inquiries about a new tenant going in there. It was looked at as our economic development arm, looked at it as an opportunity for a local business, and it was, I think, the understanding was that potential business owner was working with the property owner. So when we sent the letter out saying, "Hey, you're in an area of change," and we heard back from them that, "Hey, I wasn't working with that person," we then modified it.
So it was potential tenants that got this on the board to potentially change the land use, not the owner?
It was potential tenant, yes, that my understanding was represented that they were working with the property owner and they were running into difficulties.
How did
tenanting
staff
the
not
building.
confirm that by approaching the property owner instead of taking a prospective tenant's word for it?
I can't tell you the
Well,
details.
I'm going to suggest that that's a complete conversation already. I mean, I think we're aware about the land use thing, and tonight we're going to stay focused on the land use and pick up that at a different time, different place.
Well, but it ties into kind of what I was going to say about.
Say what you're going to say.
So, I think outreach is incredibly important, especially with land use, especially with the general plan, next 25 years, and businesses and landowners being a key contributor to that. And so, with that property owner and others reaching out to me saying, I just got this letter in the last week, what does this mean? Is something changing? Getting this at the end of the year, right before the holidays, if you own a business, you know what kind of a crazy time of year this is. I don't,
So I'm going to take that inside.
We started this process a long time ago, and they're now just finding out right before we're about to, cement these things more or less. So I just want to highlight it as, I talk about, all this outreach and how important it is, and I don't think this is a good look for the city when this is all being done at the last second, when they can't really hardly figure out what any of this means, wrap their heads around it, talk to their attorneys, their business partners. There was a downtown association meeting with property and business owners a couple weeks ago, and everybody at that table, when land use came up, which I don't know that was really supposed to be part of the discussion, but it became that way. They were all like, we don't know anything about this, what's going on? And so staff was nice enough to set up a kind of an impromptu, this is what land use is going to be and what's coming up on the 15th. But I think I would like to highlight and point out that, I don't think staff has been reaching out to, because the community,
All right. So I agree with you. The challenge with communicating with the public is underestimatable. You can't overestimate how hard it is to connect with the public, and you've got to do it and do it and do it. The communication can't end, and you got to have all those opportunities. And I think there's a balance in between, and we're hitting a balance. And we've been in this conversation in the public for a long time. Especially larger invested property owners in town need to find a method through. And working with the downtown business is not downtown business's fundamental core. They're the business, not the property owner side. So the property owners got to find a way to the table, much as the city has to find a way to the property owners. Yes, process could be better. Yes, everyone could do better. Tonight, you've made your point. And we're gonna move on.
Yeah, but it's not just that it could be better. It's that
you've made your point, and I'm going to move us on to the next.
Part of the conversation, so it's just plain bad.
So everyone has flaws in this on all sides. It's been well noticed, and we can all do better. I'm going to move us to actually a question on that. Does anybody have a problem accepting the owner's proposal for their owner's property on Western? We're all good?
To not change?
Yes, I think that's a not change from current to day, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And there can always be a general plan amendment.
I think
in
that's
the future, so we can just let it go instead of wasting
when the property
so
owner,
much time.
when the potential client came in, they were being told that it would take a conditional use permit, which is a substantive change. So this is a long history of interesting parts. But if the owner wants to keep the thing the way it is, and we all agree, then this item is resolved with direction to staff on this. I'd like to talk about the Old Redwood project and get us to the Old Redwood project neighborhood buildings, and ask if anyone wants to lead off any of that conversation. Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm supportive of the approach from staff to include all the parcels up there. it may be too much for us to bite off, but if we're going to be welcoming residential in that part of the city, it might be worthwhile for us to, maybe we don't put it into the map or something, but we can have a general plan land use policy or something that says that, if owners want to do this, like we're going to support them in it or something, but it just feels weird to just be doing like one property when we're zoning for an area,
Thank you. Okay.
I would agree with that only because the market is really changing, and it's not just for these particular parcels, it's going to be more spread out in the entire area.
Okay. I want to express the opposite opinion. I think changing to residential would be bad here. We have pushed hard for residential in so many areas, and I worry that we're going to eventually starve the markets pivot. When the Deer Creek Freedmans went in, first there was, it's got to be all, we said mixed use, and the development came in and said it's got to be all commercial, it's got to be all retail, and we don't want to do any housing. And then you wait 10 years for the second half of the project, think, wait, we should have done all residential. Markets change. I hate to lose existing structure. We talk about climate, and they talk about the best buildings are the buildings that are already here for filling. And so, I'd like to push that we need to find better economic development, support through economic development efforts, rather than pivot limited commercial spacing. I know we have 17% vacant commercial spacing in town, which is huge. But I just wanted to get that on the table. Other opinions? Councilmember Shribs?
First, I pretty much agree with what the mayor just said on that. And if the housing that they're proposing is not a separate whole housing unit in their parking lots, but rather, okay, they have empty office space, they can convert and put housing in there, especially for their employees, could actually have housing on site. That would be kind of a nice thing to have, as long as it's inside the buildings, not an extra. But then it could be converted back to office when it's needed as office space. The other thing that you mentioned, I think I want to support is, yes, housing is number one. We need to focus on that, get that done. But unfortunately, the land use for the whole general plan seems to be almost totally focused on that. And housing alone isn't going to cut it. We have to have the waters pretty much taken care of, but what's not taken care of is the transport systems around all these locations. What's going to happen to the roads? People are already really complaining about congestion, the increase that's happened just in the last 5 years. I'm hearing from everybody about how much congestion they're feeling on any of the major roads around town now. Freeway, Washington, a downtown area, folks aren't going places. So we have a problem with congestion coming up. And we've really haven't talked about our population demographics, about how it's shifting, as well as how much senior housing we need versus housing for young folks and newbies. Just as a reminder on even for the tiny home village, we're talking about 1,000 square foot per property, which is 43 houses per acre. That's 43 per acre. Okay, that's not a low amount. That's actually a pretty good amount as a per acre thing. Okay, then the next thing is on businesses, economy. Housing is great, but where are these people going to work? If we're going to house people and then they're going to travel back to Vallejo to work or down to San Francisco, no. They need to be working here as well as living here. So housing alone doesn't cut it. We need housing and we need the businesses. So we need to have, and if we have limited, as you mentioned, limited industrial space, medium industrial space, limited even business office space now, there needs to be a balance. So I want to see that balance, and I want it reported back in the land use, how much population is housed versus how much population is for working during the day. And if we have enough space in working conditions, in businesses, in commercial, where the people that are living here can actually have the space to work here.
That's right.
Is that a balance or not? So that's the problem I'm having. So I'm sort of agreeing with what you're saying.
Appreciate that.
On that. But it's much more complex than just what you've just said.
Thank you. Councilmember Quinn?
Yeah, I disagree. I think, we talked a lot about 15-minute neighborhoods, and I think a lot of times it's a mistake to try to, in a town like ours, it's already, sort of developed, to take an area and say, oh, we're going to turn this into a 15-minute neighborhood. Well, I think part of the way you get to 15-minute neighborhoods is you let it organically grow. And we have someone that's talking about putting housing right in the middle of all of these businesses. And so what better way to sort of get that walkability? Also, I mean, I'm looking at that building. It's like, I think, like, just looking at it, I have no doubt that they're having a really hard time. Like, who would want to go? Like, it just doesn't look like a desirable place to go to work and spend your time. And the business owners that own that building have a good sense. Like, I'm fearful that if we say no to that in 25 years on the next general plan, we're going to be looking back and we're going to be saying, man, we sure wish we would have let them, because I think it'll still be there and it'll be an empty building if we don't let them do something with it.
Councilmember DeCarlo, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, no, thank you, Mayor and Councilman Schridge, for what you said. I think too, it's looking at changing an entire area like that. Again, we're not noticing people, we're not engaging with property owners. We've been approached by one owner, and to just make that single change, in the middle of a business park and industrial area. That's the whole reason you have these maps is to put like things together and have different parts of town. So to change one thing right in the middle of all that doesn't make sense either. So I think either way it doesn't. I don't think we should be changing it.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on it? Yeah, I'm going to do that again where I could say straw poll, because I don't know how this is going to turn out. What exactly is the owner's proposal or request of us?
To change the complex to step down mixed use is what meets their. They were looking for a mixed use designation that would allow the addition of residential. Step down mixed use was proposed in the.
From your end,
from business park. Yeah.
Do you have an understanding of whether this would require demolition and construction, or?
We do not have
we
a
have
project.
You got
no
nothing more than the
project
proposal
in
for land use.
A change of land use designation.
I just have a question. What could actually be? Could you end up with a Home Depot on that site with this use?
Can you go to step down mixed use? So a couple things. I want to just remind that there's a big difference between the zoning and the land use designation, right? So the zoning is when we get down, we dig into the specifics. So what I can tell you, step down mixed use, areas similar in mix of use and intensity, MU2A, but with height step down that blends into abutting neighborhoods. It would allow 100% commercial, 100% residential, vertical or horizontal mixed use, 20 to 45 units per acre, 2.5 FAR, and a 4-story max with stepping down to 3 where indicated.
To be clear, 100% commercial could be there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going to make one final pitch here. Like, diversity of uses is how we get to 15-minute neighborhoods. We think all the time about how do we get that corner store into a residential neighborhood, right? And gosh, if we could just put a little Ray's grocery in every little neighborhood, we'll just have 15-minute neighborhoods. And then there's the inverse of it, and that's what we have here. We literally have a property owner coming and saying, look, please, I'm trying to better utilize my space. I've got 100,000 square feet of empty commercial space, and we're not seeing a huge market for rebounding on the commercial office space following COVID. And, we've got Barn 5400 there that is would love to have more people like in that area, and it's literally right across the street from it at that corner of that lot. Like this could be, it could be the start of a 15-minute neighborhood if we just like gave them the flexibility to do something with it. It's not often like we would go out and beg landowners to come bring us viable housing projects, and here we have someone coming and saying, I'd like to explore doing a housing project, and we're saying no. So I respectfully, I would hope we would accept their proposal.
Little pushback on that idea is that Old Redwood Highway is, approaching Lakeville level congestion. Not traffic per se, but congestion. And we get so much guff from folks that are wrong side of Lakeville, those apartments we built out on the industrial side, how they get into a neighborhood, how they get to other parks and things like that. And I feel the same way about whenever we put people further and further from amenities. I love what we're doing to the core and how we're building up the core, but it's trickier on the edges. Councilmember DeCarly.
Yeah, I don't even see that area as a good node for a 15-minute center. I mean, there's others that are much better. They're all surrounded by housing. This entire part of town is nothing but business, industrial, and all of that. I mean, there's no housing there to begin with. So to have one parcel become the beginning of that, literally everything else, I mean, that's not going to be any kind of 15-minute node.
Thank you, Councilmember Shibbs.
Yeah, so the original question I was trying to get to and ask, but didn't quite get answered was, is this about adding buildings of housing or changing buildings from office to housing and commercial so that they fill space up in current buildings?
We do not have a development application, so we don't have something we're looking at that is, it's just a request for a change of land use designation to allow the potential for residential.
Basically, I'm in favor of conversion of not additional, but if it's conversion, put some housing on upper floors and put some commercial bottom floors. I'd be in favor of that.
That information is not available for your consideration at this time, and this straw poll is going to happen independent of us knowing, all the details. So with that, let's go to straw poll, and I would like to phrase it as who are in favor of the owner's proposal, which is to change it to a mixed use.
Step down mixed use.
Step down mixed use. And so hands up for step. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's that other hand. So council has gone in that direction. So, all right. We also have the Cinnabar question in front of us. And Cinnabar proposed to make it move towards Maker. That was their ask. And does anyone have an opinion on that, or are they comfortable adopting the property owner's recommendation for a lighter use? I believe it's lighter use. Anyone want to weigh in?
Question about it.
Councilmember DeCarly.
Was when staff discussed this with them, was there any reasons to choose the Maker Micro versus Business Park?
Ron, do you recall the consideration of choosing Maker Micro in that general area?
I'm going to ask staff to recap and pull us. I'm losing council to wondering where we are here.
Yeah, they're trying to. Ron's pulling up this area for discussion. So it's that small parcel, but maybe you could turn on the proposed land use. See how it's the red Maker is what is proposed all around there. That's not right. Is that? Oh yeah, that is. Yeah. And it's that little rectangular parcel there. It's owned by the same property owner as the abutting makerspace. It is, so that is the request. I don't recall the consideration of Maker Micro on that one.
It looks like we were trying to bring the designation into conformance with existing, which is the existing use and the existing zoning or industrial on those neighboring sites there, it looks like. And so it just seemed to be a appropriate lateral adjustment.
No.
And on this one, it's existing medium density residential, and so we just did a lateral.
Looks like a cleanup is what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
And
I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I was more
Okay.
curious why that choice versus business park.
I think because some of the existing uses, I think Ron's right, some of the existing uses in there are more industrial in nature. Like I think there's some contractors, building contractors in there, a little more.
Okay, so if we're, if I don't see any objections, I'm going to call that a day on that one. There we go. And I don't have my scorecard in front of me for other efforts we need to be making on this. I think that was the last of the GPAC, Planning Commission, and business owner an owner requests. And
So the other is just adopting the resolution for the land use map with those changes and the designations.
Councilmember
I've got one more proposal. So we've got two more proposals. One is lift the FAR to 3 on the step-down mixed use. And then the second one is the Old Lucky Shopping Center. I feel like that right now at 45 units per acre at the step-down mixed use is probably significantly lower than what we'd like to see on a project built there, or at least, and so I would increase that to the urban corridor mixed use, or at least the town center mixed use, but I think the urban corridor mixed use, it is a corridor. There's plenty of amenities around it. It feels like it's a better upzoning for that area. And there's nothing abutting it. There's no single-family people that are going to come out screaming about that. There's literally nobody near them.
So I'm going to ask staff to pull up some assistance on the screen here so we can all see this. And I think this was a heavily discussed item when we were doing the playbook.
Yeah, and while I'm doing this, Simran, if you're still there and still awake, if you could consider the 3.0 adjustment for a step-down mixed use from 2.5 to 3.
Just give me a minute.
So it's this area here, I believe, just at Petaluma Boulevard North and Payran/Magnolia, where Lucky Shopping Center, that's correct?
Yeah, and I'll just say, just to add to it, there's the smart path is right there. So the potential for people to get down into town, into the station, it's like, it just feels like it's perfectly situated with all the different modes of transportation. The bus line runs right down there. It feels like the type of place where we'd want to see more density.
I love the enthusiasm. I'd like to ask what the history workshops and what's the playbook you brought to us? Hit us with that analysis again.
That'll take a second. Just like what I can say is we did this to reflect the council's direction, which was to taper from a more intense allowable use at the city core and then gradually less intense as we moved up the corridor. And so that's why we changed this entire section to the step-down mixed use. Give me a second to find the spot in the briefing book.
And so this Lucky Shopping Center is north of Payran, and the step down is also applied south of Payran. Is that what we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I know I'm asking you to do 3 things at once, but you're doing great. Since we have a moment, I just want to say that this development is only 500 feet from having a smart path into downtown.
Happen, God willing.
Right?
So in the briefing book,
Okay.
we actually had originally proposed something more intense, a step down. Wait, excuse me. What are we proposing? Yeah, step down. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is consistent with the original proposal, and you asked us to make the neighboring properties.
I'm going to ask you to speak into the mic, please.
I'm sorry. The briefing book originally recommended this for step down, as well as a few adjacent properties, and you asked us to intensify the parcels directly to the south of there to make them consistent. We had asked the public. One alternative had suggested a more intense use there, allowing 4 stories, and another allowing up to 6. And there was mixed support for both of those. But there was stronger support for, there's really no clear public input on level of intensity there, because we asked a question around the transition as you move up the corridor, as opposed to appropriate intensities on specific sites.
Okay. So input, Councilmember Cater Thompson?
I just wanted to comment that the Planning Commission just heard about the project across the street from this area, which is
Gallagher. Beyond the police station, in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so I mean,
Four-
it just seems
4
like
stories.
it seems like it would fit to have more density in that area.
So
because of that.
what is the height maximum of a step down versus?
Step down's 45 feet or 50 feet, and the urban corridor is 60 feet.
So it's another 2 stories. It goes from 4 to 6. Is that what we're saying?
It says 5, step down to 4 in the urban corridor mixed use. So we're stocking one additional story, but we're increasing the density considerably, basically.
So that is the suggestion on the table. Any other feedback? Councilmember Scribbs?
One of the points was to reduce down from the center of town out. And so now we're going out further out of the center of town and raising it up. So, which is against what we've originally proposed. Now, in those sites, yes, high density is good, but I don't think 6 stories at that point increasing the densities. So you're talking about increasing to urban, which is 6 stories, 60 foot, or
Urban
it's 5
corridor is 5 stories.
5 stories. Still, that's
Picture a 4-on-1
Yeah.
at the Lucky.
yeah, as long as it's not 6. I was worried about 6. 5 would be livable.
Okay. Councilmember Quinn, any comment? Councilmember DeCarli?
Yeah, no, I think that coming into tonight, we had a map that the public at large was very comfortable with, and hence why there's very few left except for staff and the audience. And, because again, I think they liked it. And I'm very surprised at what kind of seemed like, some unethical changes that my colleagues are making tonight.
It's,
I'm
I'm going to call you out. It's
land
not
use.
unethical. It might be bold. It might be a lot of things. It might not be well communicated, but it's not unethical. Don't go there.
I mean, I think it is. This is a map that we agreed on a long time ago. And
The ethics
kind
of
at
it
the
are not the
direction of
question
one
mark.
council member, everything's suddenly changing.
All right. So,
And one of the things I'd like to point out along those lines is, as just a reminder in terms of the direction staff are seeking, is there's no enactment that's happening tonight. It's still policy direction that's going to come back to the council. There's no amendment to the existing general plan. So this is still policy direction, and that means all the opportunities for public input and response are still there. So to the extent folks in the community have not weighed in, property owners and other community members, they're still going to have additional opportunities to do that. Thank you.
all right. So then I think we have a proposal to go to the next level from step down to urban core? Urban core. And anybody who...
Urban corridor.
Corridor, not core.
Urban corridor. And it's a land use. I got this. Can I have a show of hands or thumbs for who approves in that regard? And that's a majority. So we'll head in that direction as well. And now, any other questionable parts that anybody has from tonight?
What about the FAR in step down to 3.0? That was another suggestion.
Can you
for vertical.
recap that issue for us?
So current FAR is 2.5. I'm proposing we increase it to 3.
In what zoning, or in what land use?
Step down mixed use.
In step down.
Can I invite Simran to
Please.
weigh in, because she can speak to the compatibility between that and the suggested density range? Go ahead, Simran.
So the density, so Councilmember Barnacle, you're not suggesting changing the density, right? Just the FAR. So that doesn't necessarily lead to more housing. The 3.0 FAR, I think it could work, but with the step down requirements on several sites, it'll be hard to get to that maximum. So, our proposal of 2.5 was appropriate for that density range that's being offered. But if the council decides to change the FAR, acknowledging that it won't lead to more housing necessarily, it's a change that could work.
So that's not a powerful inducement.
No, my suggestion would be to leave it as is, but it's of course the council's discretion.
Yeah, if there's no support on the council, I'm fine with it. I just have an aversion to FAR as a metric. I feel like it's pretty arbitrary.
It's all a little integrated for what will and won't work. Councilmember Quint, you had a concept?
On a different, are we moving on?
Yes, we're moving on.
Yeah, so in the documents that we received, I think it was in the descriptions, the land use designations. In here, there was a chart that talked to mixed use designations on page 4 has sort of which designations allow for 100% commercial, 100% residential, so on and so forth. And then there's been talk tonight about GPAC's recommendation for making certain designations they cannot be 100% residential. And so I wasn't sure if that was a recommendation, but it sounded like it was being sort of adopted. And I wanted us to be able to weigh in on that.
So it's a little more nuanced than that. What we didn't want to do is the flexibility for 100% residential was also really important to the GPAC. So they spent a lot of time with that exact table on page 4 and looking at how do we give the most flexibility for these properties. What they did want to make sure is that the sites that are identified in the draft general plan as 15-minute town centers and neighborhood centers, so not everything that's got commercial around it per se, the ones that are actually identified, and you had seen that map where it had those that are identified. They wanted a policy that said at those locations, we don't want 100% residential. So not changing the land use designation that would apply then citywide, but a kind of an added layer for those town center and neighborhood centers to not be 100% residential. That was their recommendation.
Got it. And so I guess my point of view is I respect that point. I respect that point of view, and but I disagree with it. I think I like the vision of trying to encourage and incentivize areas where people can live and get to services without having to get in a car and drive across town. I'm 100% on board with that, but I'm concerned about enacting a policy that is going to kill a project that brings housing just because it doesn't incorporate some level of commercial.
One of the nuances of the conversation was around Lakehorn development, and there was a public speaker and some conversation by the GPAC about when that shopping center was established. It was really important. It was established to serve the surrounding single-family neighborhoods, and so by changing the designation on that site to step-down mixed use, the concern is will somebody come in and demolish the commercial and just build residential, and then it would be a loss to the neighborhood from that one center that pulls it together. So I just wanted to kind of help communicate the conversation that happened at GPAC. It really, that conversation and that recommendation came from that perspective.
I think that's an important center, and I would be disappointed if that shopping center went away completely and it was replaced by housing. I think that would be a disservice for that community for sure. And if we were in the middle of sprawl and we were developing new neighborhoods, and there was an incentive to bring to tell a developer, you have to build, if you're going to build this many houses here, you're going to have to put a school. If you're going to build this many houses here, you're going to have to build a shopping center. All of that I totally get. But what we're trying to do is different. Infill is much harder than developing, than sprawl. And I'm concerned that kind of, when we're looking at trying to find little pockets of town that we're going to put some housing in, that forcing someone to put some commercial that's not being sort of created by market demand could hurt our ability to put housing where it otherwise would go.
I don't disagree entirely with you. I know we have talked about the difficulty of putting business in the mixed use that does get built. It doesn't, it often goes wanting. But I think we need to have economic development policy that addresses that rather than walk away and, to allow it to be 100% residential. And I know we've talked about flex space where you build it and rent it as residential currently, but it's been built under commercial standard. Once you have a tenant, it's very rare I feel that the tenant would ever leave and you would repurpose that space. So I would rather we find economic development incentive to put people into a commercial space than allow it to be 100% residential. That's where I am on that one. And Councilmember Kate Thompson?
This is a different subject. We got to finish up with this.
Okay. Are we still on this?
I tend to agree with what Councilmember Quinn said. I would be disappointed to lose all the commercial out of the Leghorn Plaza as well. And I also don't want to create a situation where things aren't happening because, that's applied to all the zones in there. So I think I'm in Councilmember Quinn's court on this one.
Could I just clarify one thing? So the GPAC's original request was actually to adjust the designation so that it would not allow 100% residential. We didn't think that was practical for exactly the reasons the council members are raising concerns about. We're not saying citywide these designations would no longer allow for the market to respond to the demand for housing. What we're suggesting is the slight adjustment in policy that clarifies for those areas that are identified as 15-minute activity centers where the explicit intent is to provide some access to folks who live in neighborhoods and surrounding to retail, office, other kind of day-to-day needs. Like they don't want to lose those. And so just in those areas where 15-minute centers are identified, don't allow it there, but not apply it citywide for exactly the reasons the council members are raising concerns.
Clarifying question on that too. The exact amount of commercial space that we're talking about being provided for something like that is going to be like bore out in the zoning code, correct?
Yes, in this case, that level of detail would not be included in the GP.
Right. So I guess the place where I'm landing on this is like, if we said 2,000 square feet of commercial space, right? Literally just a little corner store, and the rest of it was residential, like that would theoretically work for not 100% residential. That's where I guess where I'm going. Or even a community room in a all residential project would probably satisfy that. I'm trying to just get a sense, like, talk me into this, I guess is what I'm saying, right? Like, help me understand it, because I know that this is the can's getting kicked to the zoning code on what the exact provision is on this, but I think the concern that Councilmember Quinton and I have is, like, I guess that maybe we just have to live with that level of ambiguity at this stage and recognize that the sausage isn't completely, cooked up.
Yeah, I would hope that those who are working on that specific zoning code revision would be very mindful of the intent, and consider and look at examples from across the city that people would consider to be appropriately scaled retail or other non-residential use that really does serve the surrounding neighborhoods, and consider those examples when thinking about how to establish the threshold in the zoning code. But yeah, I think we do need to defer to folks who have more time to think it through in more detail and the various potential scenarios across different sites in the city to come up with the appropriate threshold. We haven't had time since the GPAC meeting to look at it in tremendous detail, but we're just trying to honor the intent of what was expressed.
I think you achieve the 15-minute neighborhoods by making our policy flexible enough for people that are currently in existing homes that have the opportunity to turn those into businesses. Like, I think that's where you get 15-minute neighborhoods, instead of trying to tell someone that, yeah, you can build this, 50-unit apartment complex, but you have to put, a 1,500 square foot of retail on the bottom, because it's just going to jack up the price for the retail or for the housing.
Thank you. Councilor DeCarli?
But if we're filling in pockets of town and isn't that kind of counter to the idea of 15-minute cities if you're, eliminating little spots where there could be, commercial and things that people need, and not even just within walking distance, but within their own building?
That's a very good point. And we've seen this in a number of locations where we're trying to encourage 15-minute neighborhoods, and the commercial aspect of it is varied, and we allow varied. It doesn't say you need to have a grocery store, it doesn't have, but repurposing would be great. What's the new county and state ordinance on home kitchens? I mean, those would be wonderful, but I think we need to protect for better, and since we have such diversity, I'm more in favor of keeping that together, 15-minute neighborhoods. So is there, give me closure on this, John.
Just this issue in particular, or?
Yeah.
Okay, just going with Councilman Quint said earlier about home businesses. I think that was in some of the proposals that we actually allow that to happen, which is what he mentioned.
There's an entire chapter of the land use element that talks about diversifying.
Oh, good. So we don't need to discuss that if we're all in favor of that. Okay, I just want to bring that up.
Good. Okay. Councilmember Katie Thompson.
I'm done with this subject.
1 second. Are we all done with this subject? Do you need a direction, or are we?
I need a direction. Are we adding a policy to prohibit 100% residential on those nodes that are identified as town or neighborhood centers, with the detail to be worked out in the zoning code? or are we not including that policy?
So we have an existing 15-minute policy. Does it adequately cover those that are development within the?
No, we would be adding a policy to the land use element under the chapter on 15-minute neighborhoods to say you can't have a.
So I think we're going to go straw poll then.
So, Council, if I could also just make one sort of structural observation, it's going to be important to bear in mind tonight and subsequently. And it also even relates to the stuff we're talking about as in terms of the extent to which school district-owned parcels can deviate from our requirements. Currently and prospectively, I think it's going to be important for us to remember that the state law that is unfortunately attempting to limit our local discretion about questions like housing and land use is going to continue to favor general plans. And it is going to allow the potential for ignoring zoning requirements that are more restrictive. So the general plan designations in terms of the density they permit are what is going to control. And it is going to be important to think of your general plan policy as setting a maximum that's going to be available to people that won't necessarily be able to be constrained by the zoning regulations. So there can be, like we were talking about earlier tonight, some potential exceptions that are in the general plan that would allow the zoning to open up developability. And I think that works okay, but it probably is not going to work to look to zoning regulations to limit developability that the general plan otherwise permits. That'll be the kind of inconsistency.
So if I'm hearing you right, then if we want to enshrine 15-minute neighborhoods, we need to do it in the general plan rather than in a zoning.
You need, maybe. What I'm definitely trying to say is you need to contemplate that the full extent of the developability that you're providing for in your general plan land use designations is actually going to be available and not able to be constrained further in the zoning ordinance.
But what about with another policy in your general plan?
Right.
Well, okay, so that might mean that the general plan is constraining itself. That's okay. That's okay.
So I'm thinking there's something to the effect of 15-minute neighborhoods as shown in this mapping are to be built into any future development in this area unless released by some action of some body. Planning Commission says released. So that it is in there as the thing we do unless we don't. So the zoning's the permissive.
Okay, and we can work on, because remember, it's going to come back and there's going to be wordsmithing, but I think what I'm just trying to help you think about right now is the developability, the density that you're providing for in the general plan land use designations, assume that it can potentially happen. So be okay with it.
Okay, comments?
I know you are. And maybe all of you are, but that's...
And I don't think the intent was to, I don't think GPAC's intent was to say restrict the residential. I think the intent was to say and add something, a community, a coffee shop or a community center or something to as a community asset to the neighborhood to make it into that third space.
Right. It's a feature. It's not a flaw.
Yeah, I get that, but I also I support that. And I want to say I support that 100%, but I guess, the words that follow may indicate otherwise. I think that's great if you're in an environment where people are trying to build homes but we're not in an environment where people are knocking down our doors to build homes. And we're in the middle of a housing crisis, and we need to build homes. And I'm concerned that putting that strict requirement could have a potential negative impact in the future.
And I think we've tried to allow for the flexibility to sort that out in the market of that era, and and over the next 25 years. So if you put in your best thoughts now, and then deal with it as it comes up during the life of the plan, you've got that built in. And didn't we go to the mat on this on Meridian, requiring some mixed use, a coffee shop on the smart parcel and things? So, and we went to the mat on riverfront development, and now we're having to think, well, are we really going to do that? So we can have the leniency to accommodate at a later date, as long as we have the rigidity at the earliest date. Good.
I'm not
so
sure.
We're not.
Yeah, I still don't know which way the council's going.
Straw poll is so that where it says that mixed use cannot be 100% something, we let that stand. It can't be 100%. Paraphrase for me. I'm lost.
How about the straw poll be? Does the council support adding a policy to restrict 100% residential on identified neighborhood and town centers?
Restrict 100%. Restrict from being 100%? Yeah.
So a yes vote would accept the GPAC's recommendation.
Correct.
Yes. All right. A yes vote says follow the GPAC. All those in favor say thumbs up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hate having 4-3 split votes, but it will come back as we noted. Yeah. So there you go. You were going to pivot to a new point.
I want to pivot to a new point, which is the upper river. Instead of 25 feet, go to 50 feet. 500 feet. Well, we talked about 500 feet in the past, though.
Yeah. The 300-foot buffer zone, 330-foot buffering. Is that what we're talking about?
What are we looking at?
What are we looking at?
From the bank of the river east.
Do we have a map?
So that is something.
Is that subject to land use tonight? Yeah. It is.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's there's some important balancing of considerations regarding that issue, and one of the most important is to make sure that there's substantial evidence in terms of the environmental analysis that supports that, because and that that's what there, because there's takings considerations there, and so that's got to be warranted because it affects the developability of the parcels, and depending on which ones we're talking about, some may be, having vesting arguments or seeking vesting arguments. It's in consideration of that there's been proposed language policies for flexibility, where if developability is lost because of what the studies show, what the data shows about what's needed to preserve habitat, and also provide for public safety in terms of flooding, that it could be that allow for relocation of developability outside of the setback, but I think that needs some pretty careful consideration about matching up what's in the record in terms of public safety considerations and preservation considerations versus people's property owners' expectations about what they can do with the property.
I remember the discussion. So what is the setback from downtown? Let's do that, and also the upper reach. What are the setbacks?
I'm going to defer to staff for that.
Sure.
Thanks.
So following the River Access and Enhancement Plan, it's land use policy 5.1 that basically creates three sectors: the upstream, core, and downstream. And in the upstream, we're recommending the 330-foot buffer based, as Eric noted, on a meta study demonstrating that there was scientific support for that distance from the bank for the purposes of the policy. And then in the core area, it's 25 feet because it's largely already developed. And then downstream, it's 75.
Okay. So it's 330. So that was what was determined.
That's based on, as Eric noted, it's based on substantial evidence, in this case a meta study of a variety of different studies of the benefits of different riparian setbacks for different ecological habitat, et cetera, purposes.
So what is the setback then from like the river park area, the development? Housing that's
That's in the core. However, in that area, there's already parkland, and then the River Park Foundation proposal, the last iteration I saw, had also a significant riparian setback / area designated for kind of public use, pathways, park space.
Which is larger than what is required?
Yes.
So can we go with?
But that's actually being proposed by the property owner, right?
Correct.
So that's,
And
you
it's
see the difference.
it's a vacant part. It's a vacant or
Right, because that's the use they're actually seeking.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is the need to have adequate support for and consider what property owners' expectations have been for developability of their property based on existing regulations.
Okay, I
Thanks.
understand that.
On the side slope.
So it doesn't sound like there's going to be any changes then.
I would say, this is a time for the council to give staff direction about where they want this to go in the regulations that come back to them. But if there's direction about this, we need to make sure that, we need to show and look at how the record could support that, or possibly let the council know why what they'd like to do is constrained based on our review of the law and the data.
Okay. Well, does anybody have an opinion on this?
Councilor Shibbs.
A couple things. The 330 feet is, even in agriculture areas, that's a pretty good amount. Sometimes it goes up to 500 in certain areas. But for a urban area like this, 330, especially after looking at the possible takings, that the 330 is, because you have that on both sides, so plus the river itself, which is 100 feet across from top of bank to top of bank. So we're talking about 700 feet now in a middle section for riparian. I think that's what we can get away with at the moment. And also, I asked a question earlier that was answered today from the staff about the wetland areas. So there are certain creeks that flow in, and so the flood area enters into those little bit of the creeks, and in the north section, it actually gets pretty well flooded right above the outlet mall, and being wetland areas, which has the water in them, those particular little segments would also be, I think, protected at this point forward. So which was going to make development very, very difficult in that area. There might be one spot where they may be able to do something down the road here, but I think it's going to be difficult. So I think the 330 is going to be appropriate and adequate.
Okay. Is the 330 the full width, or is it both each side 330?
from each riverbank on both sides.
Top of bank?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
So I'm fine with 3:30 tonight. I'd say I've had members of the public talk to me and say that there's studies out there that could easily justify 500 feet. So I'll ask them to send those in, and if staff reviews those and deems them to be appropriate, I'd ask that we come back with 500 feet in this area.
Seems like a reasonable solution. Yes? Yes. Good. So, other things we haven't talked about, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, new topic. First time I really noticed what the flex zone is, so could you go over what that is and exactly where do you think that might actually work? Because I didn't see a spot in town that was actually designated flex.
No, you are correct. It's not currently applied on the proposed map. Its origins go back to a lot of the conversations in community and certainly with council about the desire to, on the one hand, preserve sites that are currently HASD designated, and I always get the name wrong, Historic Agriculture Support. Thank you. So it's the prominent historical kind of ag quasi-industrial sites. So Hunt and Barrens, Dairymen's are some of the best examples. And so we considered originally actually redesignating those, but then the argument to not interfere with existing uses won the day. And so the compromise we reached was retain, don't change the designation, but in the land use element, be very clear that when the landowners think a change is appropriate, then support that. And the reason then we retained the designation was was provide a designation. The flex designation was to provide that designation for their use when and if that time arrived.
Is it possible that around the airport, I know we've got 10 acres the city owns near the airport. Is that possible? Is that the type of area we're talking about? Or is it the other places like maybe Bounty Farm? Are those the types of places we're talking about?
When you look at the standards associated with this designation, the assumption is it's quite intense, and so it allows up to 75 dwelling units per acre, FAR 3.5, heights up to 6 stories. So it's really for more of a core urban use. We very much had those current HASD sites in mind when thinking about the application of this flex designation.
Okay, but basically, so we have no area that is designated as flex at all at this point, so it's a moot point then, yes. Pretty much. Okay, thank you.
And is that footnoted in the land use effort? What its intention for that? Yes. So we drilling down far enough, we would learn that.
Yeah, I believe I can't remember the exact policy, but I believe it's around 11 where it describes in some detail the desire to support both existing and changes in the future when proposed by the property owner.
All right, are we home stretch, people? We've been making lots of comments and suggestions. Are you ready to recap?
I am.
Okay, take it away. Thank you.
So looking at the draft resolution that was in your packet, I'm going to run through what I think has changed. So the first one under the now therefore be it resolved. Number 2, I'd like to ask that Exhibit 1 after citywide land use map and Exhibit 2 under land use designation standards, just to make sure we're citing, realizing we didn't cite to them, we just named them. So just a little technicality. Under number 4, this was where we bulleted the individual property owners. So the first 2, 921 Transport and 705 Webster, no change. Strike 525 Western. Specify that for 5341 Old Redwood and 1420 North McDowell Boulevard, it's the whole complex that would be changed to step down mixed use, and add the Cinnabar property. Then a new number 5 that would add that the approved version of the land use designation standard shall include the stationary and mixed use designation and include the following standards, and all those standards that I read to you for that one, and be shown on the land use map on the SMART owned parcel adjacent to the SMART station.
Can we take a little break here? Councilmember Schultz?
In there, we received a letter about the, right now, they're putting one of the shopping centers, asking about that. Is that under discussion tonight also?
No, that was a change. So was that about the Plaza North, Plaza South?
Yes.
That was already taken care of.
And what does that mean?
The letter was just clarifying.
Yeah.
And in fact, what the letter sought to clarify is true.
Is true.
So it's going to stay shopping center, no housing, is what they're asking for.
No, it is going to a mixed use. It is I believe it's is it the urban core mixed use? That the Plaza North, Plaza South? It's going to no, it would be urban corridor. It's going to a mixed use that allows 100% commercial.
What they were concerned about is having to have mixed use and not 100% commercial.
Yeah. Okay, and they're satisfied with that?
They're satisfied.
Okay, just checking, because we just got that letter. I saw it today.
I didn't see it come in as a letter. It came in as an email just confirming a conversation we had. So.
Okay, I only saw the letter requesting it. That just came to me today.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not part of what your list is. Oh, and could you please put the list up? I can't see it, so it's hard to follow you without seeing the list.
Sure, it's not pretty. Oh, shoot, I can't. I need Zoom. Bear with me, I have to log on. This computer isn't logged on. Oh, yes, yes, good idea.
Does anybody else need the list? If not, we can just move on.
I don't need the list. I got it.
I think we can follow the list. Yeah, she's almost done. Remember what we're thinking. We'd have to extend the meeting.
Okay, so we talked about adding back in the station mixed-use designation and those standards that we had previously had, and applying it to the SMART station, changing the land use designation of the Haystack property, the CVS property, and the portion of the Golden Eagle Shopping Center, and I will add in the APN numbers to track with that, to urban core mixed use. Change the designation of the Lucky Center, and again, I'll add the APN numbers that I don't have at my fingertips, from step-down mixed use to urban corridor mixed use. And to add a land use policy and associated footnote on the land use designation standard to prohibit 100% residential on sites identified in the general plan as town center and neighborhood centers in the 15-minute activity.
Anybody catch something that didn't make the list? Then that being the resolution in front of us, can I get a motion? We have a motion by now with a second from?
Is this for everything tonight? Is this
Second. The motion as amended. No, so that's the amended resolution, and the motion is to approve the amended resolution as shown in front of us.
Correct.
And we have that motion, and I need a second.
Second.
Thank you very much. Second by Barnacle, and we like to have a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
I just want to say I'm very disappointed in the changes that have been made tonight. And I'm not going to sell out our town and community at the last minute before Christmas. So I'm not going to support this. I'm no.
Thank you.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Sort of a reluctant yes. I sort of agree with Alex that some of the things, I think we're going to get a lot of feedback negative, but I'm going to go with a yes, just to support the group and make this move forward. Thank you.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And that concludes that item. Thank you very much, staff. Appreciate all the work to guide us through all of this. I do want to mention before we head off, happy holidays to all. And just as I said at the beginning, how much appreciate the collaboration between the council and all the staff and all the hard work from all the staff and council. Happy holidays. And we are closing tonight's meeting in honor of Paul Heavenridge, our library commissioner who's passed recently. So thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.
Are you at the high school tomorrow?